So we'll reconvene to open session. Can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein absent. Councilmember Obaji absent. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Brandt absent. And Acting Mayor Pro Tem Kalujedovich.
Here. Any announcements from closed session?
There is one, yes. The council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in the matter listed under item R2 and file cross claims as appropriate.
Great. So we will adjourn to our regular meeting. Call to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Actually, before we start, we need to, since this is a new meeting,
Yes.
we need to ask for nominations for Acting Mayor Pro Tem, please.
We'll make a motion to have Councilmember Kalujedovich as the Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you.
Roll call.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein absent. Councilmember Obaji absent. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Brandt absent. And Acting Mayor Pro Tem Kalujedovich.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. We'll do a salute to the flag and a moment of silence. Stand. All right. On the count of three. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. All right, I see we have some presentations today. Is this on?
Ready?
So good evening. Tonight we are celebrating some of the youth of our community. The AYSO Region 34 Boys Under 10 Extra Team. Do you guys want to come on up? Yeah, stand right up here. Do you guys want to leave the trophy up there? I'm sure one of you want to hold it. Yes. There you go. Okay. All right. So I want you guys getting photos. Great. So these guys were up here celebrating them winning the AYSO National Games. This is Coach Adam Giadroni. And I just want to mention a few things about AYSO. It has its roots here in the South Bay. It was established in the garage of a Torrance garage in 1964. It's the oldest national youth soccer program in the United States and a nonprofit organization run by a lot of volunteers, including myself and Councilman Barrett back here, both coaches. Recently, July 26th to the 30th, to be specific, those dates, this South Redondo boys under 10 extra team competed against all these other boys extra teams under 10 and also from across the nation. This was a week-long competition that brings together AYSO players, volunteers, and parents. There were 329 teams from Texas, Hawaii, New Mexico, Arizona, Florida, just to name a few, and of course, California. The week-long tournament included a total of 1,306 games with over 4,400 players participating. Our South Redondo team played 9 games in over 5 days and brought home the title. They are the So this is your U10 Boys Extra Division National Games champions. So we have commendations for all of you. I'll call you up here. We have William Burton. And we'll get a picture with the entire council after we get all these out. All right, Jude Giadroni. Fletcher Glue. Chase Leskowski. Looks like we have some brothers on the team. Wyatt Leskowski. Caden Newware. Excuse me. Jeremy Padilla. Owen Rombro. Branson Rupert. Alexander Rombro. Coach. Thank you. And of course, Adam Giadroni. Thanks, guys. Council members, you want to come down and take a picture?
Absolutely.
Good picture?
All right, here we go.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so we have no other proclamations. Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have an announcement?
I do. I got a couple announcements. I'll start off first with Councilmember Lowenstein. Since he's not here today, he wanted me to remind everyone that his District 2 council meeting, his virtual council meeting is on Thursday night. It's on, the registration for that is on the District 2 council member page for redondo.org. So go to that, register for that. I believe it's at 6 o'clock, I want to say. So go ahead and register for that. My normal community meeting is this weekend, this Saturday, Alta Vista, 9:30 a.m., 9:30 to 11:30. And we got a lot of discussion, a lot of topics to discuss, a lot of topics to go over. I've not done my virtual community meeting date yet, but I'll be getting to that. Other than that, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barron?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just wanted to announce we had an incredible community meeting week before last, I believe it was, in District 5. A lot of District 5 residents, Redondo Beach citizens, if you will, and our special guest, Redondo Beach Chief of Police, Joe Hoffman was there. And I thought it was a very informative discussion, very interactive, energetic, and I'm looking forward to our next meeting soon. Thank you.
Great. Just two quick things. I wanted to make an announcement that September is Firefighter Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Month. I wanted to call this out because these are the people who show up when we're in a crisis. They witness a lot of stress and trauma and tend to carry it with them. I think we're making progress in making mental health a topic that we can openly discuss, but I want to make sure that they're also being recognized and taking care of their mental health. No one is immune. And I also had a District 3 community meeting on Zoom. It was great. I look forward to the next one. It'll probably be in late September. All right, so moving to approve the order of agenda.
I did want to make a motion on that if I could.
Please.
To move items H2 and P2 to the September 19th, 2023 City Council meeting.
H2?
H2?
H12.
Okay,
H12 and P2, thank you. H12 and P2.
I'll second that.
H2 and H12 and P2?
Yes, please.
I'm going to say no to that.
Okay. Aye.
Wait a second. So then roll call. Councilman Nierenheim,
No.
Councilman Barrett,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Before we move off of order of agenda, I'd like to request that we withdraw and defer item H13 as well as a.
H13?
I'd like to, we've got more work to do on that. There've been some fair questions raised by members of the community. Talked to Chief Butler and we're going to do some additional community outreach. There's more conversations to have before we bring this item to you. So we'd like to withdraw item H13 for this evening's conversation.
Okay, do you need a motion for that?
We need you to approve the withdrawal of the item from the agenda, yes.
Okay.
Amend the motion.
Them all together, or?
No, you have to go, when you go under consent calendar, we can just do that separately. Yeah, we get the H calendar items. It's fine for now.
You want to pull it?
Yeah, I'd like to pull it from conversation.
From agenda
From the
entirely,
agenda
not from the
entirely,
consent
yeah.
calendar.
That's as part of this approve of order of agenda.
Okay.
So we can bring that back at a follow-up meeting. Have a
Separate
proper
motion, though.
discussion. Yeah, it's a separate motion from the other item that you guys just did roll call on.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to do just that.
Second.
What was it? I'm sorry, what did you say? Make a motion for what?
So this
do-
was the
To
second.
withdraw item H12, H13
13.
from the
Tonight's
consent calendar. Okay.
So do a roll call vote. Councilman Nierenheim on H13.
Aye.
Councilman Barrett,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thank you.
All right. Agency recess?
No. We actually have to approve the rest of the order of the agenda.
Sorry. I'm anxious to keep this moving. Okay. Is
Motion
there a
approved.
motion?
Yeah, order of agenda.
Okay?
With the exceptions that we've already approved.
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Agency recess? You need to,
Housing Community Finance Authority.
okay,
If that's a separate agenda for that.
okay.
Basically, you have to do a roll call.
Roll call for each
Yep.
of these?
Yep.
Okay.
And you call to order and then do a roll
Okay, so
call.
call to order for the Community Financing Authority.
Here.
Okay. Member Lowenstein absent. Member Obaji absent. Member Barrett
Here.
and Chairman Brand absent. And temporary Vice Chair Kalu Jedovich.
Here. Okay.
Okay.
Is there any members of the public? Is that what we're?
It basically doesn't go through the same role agenda as our normal
Okay, so-
council meeting then, so,
Sorry.
yeah.
Order of agenda.
All right, so
Approve of
approve the order of agenda for the Community Financing Authority. Do I have a motion?
I'll so move that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No blue folder items.
A blue folder.
Great. And any members of the public want to?
Consent,
Next is consent.
consent calendar.
Jeez,
And then public participation. They do it backwards, sorry.
okay. We haven't even got
They
that.
don't print it out separately for us folks, sorry.
Got it, got it.
It's in the,
Next time we'll have a thing for this.
I didn't know that, yeah.
All right. Consent calendar.
We have 4 items.
4 items on that.
So I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And then for the public,
That's
Any,
I have none for e-comments or Zoom, for the record.
got it. Okay. Any members of the public want to come speak on this or the Community Financing Authority? None?
And I have none.
All right,
All
so.
right, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. So
Okay, then
now we're opening the Redondo Beach Housing Authority.
Call to order.
Call to
Roll
order.
call.
Roll call vote, or roll call, please.
Okay. Member Nierenheim?
Here.
Member Lowenstein, absent. Member Obaji, absent. Member Barrett?
Here.
And Commissioner Linez, absent. Chairman Brandt, absent. And acting Chairman, or Vice Chair Kalujevic.
Here.
All right.
All right,
Blue
consent.
folder first.
Blue folder, any blue folder items?
No.
And consent
Sorry.
calendar. I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendars, items, all 4 items.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any comments on Zoom? Members of the public want to come speak on the Redondo Beach Housing Authority?
No.
Great. All right. Motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then
Do have one.
agency recess. Okay, so now we're to the Public Financing Authority. Call to order.
Actually, that one is canceled.
Let's
We have to go
cancel.
over that.
Okay,
Oh, wait a minute. We have new business on housing.
Did have new business
On-
under the housing item.
Did we?
Oh.
We should still be on housing.
Should be.
Blue folder,
I was-
where? Oh, new business, item I. I didn't see that.
Item I,
Status report on Section 8 fair housing programs.
correct.
There you go. I didn't see that either.
okay. So.
So we're just. Just waiting for the presentation to come on. No. What's the problem? Oh, okay, we're waiting for the presentation at this time. Sorry.
I do have a short as well.
Well, you can pull that up on the regular agenda. Should be on the link.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I apologize we were not able to access the report, the PowerPoint presentation, but I'll go over it. I did print it out. So this is a quarterly status report of the Section 8 program and the Fair Housing Program for the months of June, July, and August of 2023. Currently, we have 425 families on the program, of which the majority of them, 3/4 being either elderly or disabled. Our goal, as outlined in the agency plan, is to be able to lease 633 families here in Redondo Beach. And the challenges that we face to reach our goal continue to be the same, which are low vacancies, negative stereotypes about our program, and poor landlord participation. The following is Section 8 activity over the last 3 months. We were able to execute 10 new contracts. We had 124 leases renewed, 7 families permanently moved off the program. The average monthly housing payment is $1,364, and the total amount of housing assistance dispersed over the last 3 months was $1.712 million. The following are funding highlights in regards to our Section 8 program. We received our calendar year 2023 funding award letter in March of this year. Both our Housing Choice Voucher Program and our Veteran VASH Program they're both fully funded. We're receiving approximately $7 million. We also receive administrative fees to be able to administer our program. Right now, we're receiving $138.05 per every unit that we have leased. Another program that we also administer is the Emergency Housing Voucher Program. That program is also fully funded. We were allocated 29 vouchers. So far, we've been able to lease 14 families, and we'll be receiving a little bit over $300,000 to be able to administer that program. Another highlight for us is the Veterans Program, which is permanent housing for homeless veterans. Right now, the city of Redondo Beach has 36 veterans housed in Redondo Beach. Our goal is to be able to utilize all vouchers. We had 40, we were awarded another 10, so we have 50 VASH vouchers. Now, with authorization from HUD DC, our VASH payment standard is slightly higher than our regular Housing Choice Voucher Program. Right now, the payment standard is 160% of the fiscal year 2020 fair market rent. However, once the new fair market rents for 2024 are set, we will be able to increase that payment standard. And the goal is that hopefully with this higher payment standard, our veterans are able to find housing here in Redondo Beach. Our waiting list. Our waiting list was last opened in September of 2015. Right now, we have approximately 1,151 families on that wait list. We went ahead and we pulled 50 families last month. Of those 50 families, we were able to issue 15 vouchers last Friday. Our goal is to continue batching families from that wait list 50 at a time until we're able to reach our goal. Any applicant who wants to check the status, their status on the wait list can call 855-361-9512, or they can visit website www.waitlistcheck.com. The Housing Authority continues to refer any families who need to speak to a housing advisor or need to speak to an attorney regarding housing to the Housing Rights Center. The Housing Rights Center does have a live hotline. Anyone that needs to speak to a housing advisor or needs legal advice is referred to 1-800-477-5977. They can also send an email to info@housingrightscenter.org or schedule an appointment if they visit their website, www.housingrightscenter.org/help. The Housing Rights Center is able to assist in any discrimination investigations, mediation, counseling, outreach, or education. And this concludes my report. I'm here if anyone has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be able to email us the PowerPoint when?
Of course.
It's attached to the staff report. It's
Okay.
in the packet, yeah.
I had one question for you. You said that you pulled 50 families and were able to house 15 this last month?
We were able to issue vouchers to only 15 families. So out of the 50, we interviewed them for eligibility.
Okay.
And we were only able to issue 15 vouchers, which means now they can go out and now locate housing here within Redondo Beach.
Okay, and then the other remaining families are still on the list?
They're
or they
still on
were-
that list, yes, and we will be pulling another 50 probably within a couple of weeks, we'll pull another 50.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did have a question.
Yes.
I received some outreach from a Redondo Beach resident inquiring as to whether or not we have a first-time home buyers program. And do you have any information about that at all?
Not here in our city, we do not have that program. Anyone that normally calls, we refer them to the bigger housing authorities like LA County, LA City, Long Beach. They do administer a program, so if you send them over our way, we'd be happy to connect them over to someone that can help them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And the action on this item is just receive and file.
Motion to receive and file?
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we'll,
And we have no staff, no
no.
public.
Comments? Members of the public?
No e-comments either.
Okay.
So next is member items and referrals to staff. The next thing. For this,
You just ask us.
yeah.
Yeah, you can just, if any of us.
Do you have any?
No.
Any referrals to staff? Councilman Barrett?
Not, no.
Okay,
And then I just need an adjournment.
that's
Right.
it? Okay.
I'll motion to adjourn. At 6:40.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then, so the Public Financing Authority's been canceled.
I need to do roll call. So Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein, absent. Councilmember Obaji, absent. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Brand, absent. And Acting Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Jitterich.
Here.
Thank you. Okay,
Okay, so now we're to the blue folder items.
correct. Okay, so we have for H13, it's a side letter agreement related to the Redondo Beach Firefighters Association renaming and existing job classifications. We have communication from harbor commissioners and public comment. And J, when we have public comments or communications, and that's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
motion to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, moving on to the consent calendar. Does anyone like to pull any items that are still remaining on the consent calendar?
Yeah, I'd like to pull items 5, 6, and 7, right? Is that right? Yeah, items 5, 6, and 7.
Councilman Barrett? Any remaining items?
No.
Okay. So could I get a motion to approve all consent items remaining except item H5, H6, and H7?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Public comment.
So for the record, I do have one e-comment that supports H10,
And ask for
and then I
public
have
comment on this.
none, no Zoom meetings.
Comments? Any members of the public who would like to come speak to any items on the consent calendar?
12, 13, P2.
Okay, so then I'm going to read
12, 13, and
the resolutions and ordinance.
Great.
For H8, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2309-087, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of classifications by adding the positions of technical theater specialist. H9, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2309-088, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Sierra Construction and Evacuation, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $1,516,890 for the construction of the Dominguez Park Playground Equipment Improvement Project, job number 30730. H10, adopt by title only, ordinance number 3261-23, an ordinance of the City Council of Redondo Beach, California, to implement and make consistent the Artesian Aviation Corridor Area Plan with the City of Redondo Beach zoning ordinance concerning parking regulations and adoption of the associate required California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA environmental document, negative declaration for the second reading and adoption. H11, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2309-089, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties to Sean Kopech and Slater LLP. And that is it for consent.
Thank you. Councilman Narrenheim, you wanted to discuss H5?
Yeah, I pulled H5 for a quick second. So H5 is the excuses from various commissioners and commissions, from various commissions. And I just wanted to get an update on the outreach for them. And since we have a bunch of new commissioners coming in, are they being told the policies that we have in place regarding when to ask for for excusements and for emails and yeah.
So on September 26th, we're having our commissioner orientation. So at that time, we'll have another training. And so all those new commissioners, we will meet with them and then anybody else. But so far, we've been doing really good. I mean, I've been getting emails. As you can see, this one was a large one, but I'm getting those and then and I'm making sure we speak to the new departments because a lot of the departments are new staff. So we're making sure we're getting that out there.
Yeah, I see, there are like two of them on here that were asked for excuses after the fact. That's fine. Just let them know that, it should come beforehand. And are they using their emails for these communications or are they using personal emails still for this?
Yeah, it's been a slow process. I mean, we're reaching out. Some don't understand why they want the emails, so we're educating them. But yeah, I mean, and then the new commissioners will get new emails as of October 1st.
Okay.
Getting those out.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve item H5 and take a public comment.
Yeah, before we do, what are the consequences for giving notice after the fact? Is it not excused?
It's up to council to
So-
make that decision.
The council approves whether or not we approve these or not. And technically speaking, there's no policy in place. So we can just say, even somebody sends something in a week ahead of time, you say, hey, we don't take that as an excuse. You can do a maximum, I think it's 3 excuses, I want to say, per the ordinance. But it's, one of the reasons why you see this here is because I've been pushing this forward to get excuses on the books.
Yeah,
As
thank
to
you for
why they're
doing that.
being, because we had a lot of commissioners who weren't even showing up
Yeah.
at all.
I remember you
6
mentioned
months,
that, yeah.
8 months, year. So.
Do you know what, if it's an unexcused absence, what is the implication for the commissioner on that commission?
We've generally speaking in the past, we've always approved all of them. What I don't see here, actually, something I think I've asked for before is the amount of total excused absences. I think there's a chart that you produced before in times past, I think once a quarter, I think, or something like that. Because you don't want somebody wanting to get an excused absence every single month for a year straight. That's kind of the point.
Right. Yeah, we've had some excuses on the day of, which has been, things happen, so we get them the day of. Usually are the ones that you see later.
Okay. The motion's pending. I second it.
Well, public first.
And I have some,
Public comment on Zoom or in person?
no, none.
No one? All right. Motion on the floor, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And you also pulled H6.
H6, yeah. So this is kind of a cool item. Just wanted to show this, that, we're working with other cities. We're not working alone. This item is, I don't know if those of you that have gone to Beachside Festival, I know it's been used there, and I think 1 or 2 runs. There's a large sky tower that gets propped up. It's enough for somebody to sit inside. It's got some cameras inside. It was a total cost, and I believe including the tow truck, was $337,000 from a grant, which was not just us, paying for it, or a grant. It's actually for what I've been a big fan of is working with other cities. We don't work on an island. Working on an island, I think, in my opinion, has always been bad, regardless where we are. This has been with Gardena, Hermosa, Manhattan, and PV Estates, along with us for this grant. And I know we'll be using this a lot in our upcoming runs, events we do on the harbor. So I really wanted to show that, we've got other cities that we're working with. Working with other cities is great, and the grant, this is not costing us directly as direct taxpayers, just as an indirect source. So I think it's really cool. I don't know if staff, city manager, have any comments to it, but other than that, that's all I really wanted to show.
Yeah, it's
public.
we're using State Homeland Security Program funds. A great effort by our police department as well as the partnering agencies. We love this type of project. It's certainly helpful, and being in control of the tower is always nice. We'll share it with the other groups as needed, but certainly our large special events will benefit from the additional security that this platform will provide.
Is there what happens if there's a conflicting event? Is that
First come, first serve.
First come, first serve.
I don't know. Yeah.
okay. All right. Perfect. I'll make a motion to approve item H6.
Second,
All right. Members of the public?
members of the public on Zoom want to speak to item H6.
None for Zoom or e-comments.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And H7.
H7, this is something I want to bring the attention of and the general public. This is the annual military equipment report. State legislature passed this law a couple of years ago. It was, there's been a big talk about militarization of our police department and equipment that they use, not ours, but in police in general. And to get both the public to understand what's actually being used in the police department, what is actually, they consider it, the state legislature had a certain defined set of equipment that's defined as military equipment. What I thought interesting in our tour, hands-on tour last year, thank you, Chief, when we had that last year, or the old council, was that how very little of the equipment, actually none of the equipment was really off, all of it was off the shelf equipment, really. There was a couple of minor items, and in fact, of the lethal equipment, it was all off the shelf. Consumers can actually, regular residents could buy a lot of the stuff that actually you had to get a permit for, or was not allowed for the regular old residents, was actually non-lethal equipment, which I thought was interesting. But I think it's important that I wanted to pull this let people know that this report is here. And there's been a lot of talk about police departments and the type of equipment. But more importantly, and most importantly, the police department is having a meeting on September 21st from 2 to 3 p.m. virtually. We'll be showing this report. I'm not sure exactly the details of the virtual meeting, but I wanted to bring that up to the public so that they can have further questions and comments on that. Because, this is, at the end of the day, our police department, and this is our equipment, and we shouldn't be afraid of anything that's out there. And, knowledge is good and data is good. And I'm really happy to see the police department going out proactively to the community and doing this so that those that have questions will be able to have those questions answered. So really happy to see that, Chief. And I think you guys have also had a presentation done as well, so that's good.
And while we're on the subject, thank you for raising this issue. We do maintain the updated list on the city's website. So anybody who misses the virtual meeting has the ability to explore what type of equipment we do utilize and why. And then we maintain that on the department's page. So just for future reference.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve item H7.
Second.
Any public comment on item
Public comment for
H7?
Zoom.
Anyone in person want to speak to item H7? No? All right, motion on the floor, the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, moving on. Excluded consent calendar items. Anything on that?
We did those.
Just did that.
We did those.
Okay,
I know the non-agenda
oh,
items.
we did that. And public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with an opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda, this agenda for action. We've got 30 minutes. Each person is limited to 3 minutes and can speak just once. Any written requests? Lots, great. All right. So first we have Rolf Strutzenberg, followed by Joan Irvine.
Good evening, Acting Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Rolf Strutzenberg, Redondo Beach resident. It has been determined without question that the city of Redondo Beach has been and continues acting in violation of its own city charter in multiple aspects. It is prudent for the city council to directly retain legal counsel completely independent of the city attorney's office, such that the culpability of the city attorney in these violations can be resolved unbiased and unfettered. An interim update to the City Council on matters relating to the city charter is overdue and should be scheduled forthwith, such that responding council input and direction may be factored in a timely manner. Changes to the city charter under consideration may be proposed to the voters of the city in the March 2024 primary election. Again, changes to the city charter under consideration may be proposed to the voters of the city in the March 2024 primary election. Thank you, and I want to thank Councilmember Barrett for his input and assistance on this.
Joan Irvine. And then we will have Peter Tucker.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city staff, people who are here today, and people who are out there. I am Joan Irvine, District 1. I'm representing Keep the Esplanade Beautiful, an organization dedicated to enhancing the beauty of our beloved Esplanade and contributing to the betterment of the city. I want to inform you of a few important updates and milestones. First, Keep the Esplanade Beautiful is holding its first Saturday sweep this weekend, since last weekend was a holiday. Also, because of the LA Kings 5K, 10K run, there will be an increased need for cleanup. So we're requesting that more people show up to help us out. Also, we will be meeting at the ocean side of the Esplanade and Avenue I instead of our usual location at Saks on the Beach at 9 a.m. Second, I would like to inform you about a date change for our KEB annual community mixer. It is now scheduled for October 18th from 5 to 7:30 at HT Grill. During this event, we will introduce our dedicated board members, discuss our goals, and have the honor of recognizing a volunteer and a Public Works employee for their outstanding contributions. We are also holding a raffle and a silent auction. Now, this month holds a special significance for Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. It marks our 10th anniversary of actively contributing to the beauty of the Esplanade and our city. We are proud to have served as a role model for other citizen-driven initiatives. We would like to acknowledge that the Chamber's leadership program for its instrumental role in KEB's inception. Without this program, I wouldn't have known who to contact in the city to determine how we could make a difference. I want to extend my thanks to the city manager, who's not here, Mike, who at the time served as the Deputy Director of Public Works. His guidance was invaluable during KEB's early years. We want to connect with local companies interested in sponsoring our mixer and our monthly first Saturday sweeps. So I request the inclusion of information on our sponsorship opportunities and to receive and file.
Motion to receive and file.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And lastly, we want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has contributed to KEB over the last 10 years. It has been a community effort. And we look forward to the continued impact KEB will have on the Esplanade and our city for the next 10 years. Thank you for your time and consideration.
So we have Pete Tucker and then Lena Carrillo. And I just want to make a note, right now is 7:06. We have a lot of cards. This is a 30-minute item. So we'll continue, we'll just go till 7:40. Go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you on the ongoing contract negotiations. I'm Peter Tucker, President of the RBCEA Employees Group, which has approximately 84 members. The city, we've been meeting with the city. We've met 3 times so far. The city presented a starting proposal and the RCBA has provided a counter proposal. The city's offer falls way short of the message expressed directly from the city manager when he indicated that the city needs to make significant investments in improving employee wages. How do we go about that? You need to look at your fee schedules. Currently, there's the beach life that's coming in. Police and fire get reimbursed for their services. Public Works and the building department do not, and probably other people. I don't know why we keep giving those services away. That's one reason we need to look at our services. I have builders who say, boy, you guys are really inexpensive to build here. We need to look at our fees in order to obtain the wages you need to pay your employees. The first proposal indicates that the city council has little willingness to fully address the wage disparities contained in the study, in the compensation study that you were presented with. RCBA wants the council to bring the current salaries to market level, as you've seen in that study. The COLA from 2007 to 2023 has averaged a total of 5.3%. To put this in perspective, an accounting technician at the top step in 2007 had a monthly base pay of $4,136 or $23.80 an hour. And currently, 16 years later, is making $5,037 a month or $29 an hour. The difference is $5.20 over 16 years. This equates to only 33 cents per year. If the salary kept pace with inflation alone, not even accounting for additional COLAs to make the position more competitive, the salary would be around $6,069 or $35.20 a month. All your services are fee-based except for police, fire, and your sewer system outlook. We need to improve that by doing a fee schedule. It's very hard to tell the employees every day that why aren't we getting an increase after 15 years? I say it's very odd that this is the only city that can't afford evidently to do that. I would challenge each and every one of you council persons to look the employees in the eye and say, we have no money. They're struggling. They can't pay their food bills. They're having trouble getting housing. And I think we really need to look into it. At 15 years is way too long, as the city manager indicated. You're way behind the curve, and we need to step up to the plate and let's get this done. Otherwise, as you know, retention is a key item here, and we keep losing them. I know we're losing more public works employees. We have a department manager who's leaving for more money. So we need to really look at it because the turnover is not providing the services
Do you need
that you
about 30 more
promised
seconds?
your residents. Thank you.
Lena Carrillo, and then we have Matthew Lewis.
Motion receive and file.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Okay. Hello, Lena Creel, President of Redondo Beach Professional and Supervisory Association. The items I have for receive and file include a couple of emails praising some of our Public Works employees, along with an internal email describing Tropical Storm Hillary preparations and noting that all Public Works employees would be ready to respond all weekend, which they did. while being paid 18 to 25% below their counterparts doing the same job in all the neighboring cities. Also to receive and file a current recruitment bulletin for various engineer positions in the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. This was sent out to various cities and city employees. The salary range for RPV engineering positions is an average 18% more than Redondo's, and several of our engineers, unfortunately, are applying. So we want to take this opportunity in the midst of a season that included a potentially devastating storm and an upcoming concert festival in a couple of weeks, all of which require the full resources of all your city employees to once again bring to light the Redondo Beach employee salaries are the lowest in the comparable market. This council inherited this problem from an intentional series of policy decisions from prior councils over the last 15 years. They kept deferring salary adjustments in line with CPI for the miscellaneous employees. Rather, they did prioritize keeping police and fire closer to market rate while deferring those same adjustments for the remaining employees until, quote, better times. Well, better times never came for PSA, CEA, or Teamsters. And now you're the council faced with employee salaries that are severely below market and that employees are just no longer willing to accept. Employees certainly don't expect to be paid the highest salary levels of affluent cities like Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, West Hollywood. We don't. But there is an expectation that Redondo should certainly be competitive in salary with the immediately neighboring cities of similar economic means, and yet it's not. If you speak to Redondo citizens, they will certainly say they pay their fair share of property taxes, sales taxes, but yet somehow their city cannot afford to pay at the fair market rate for providing services. It just doesn't make sense. And you have amazing employees that are dedicated to the city and its residents. And all we're asking is to be paid the median market rate for our positions. Otherwise, what's the message that council sends us? That every other city appreciates their employees far more than Redondo does. And what would it mean if your employees didn't advocate for themselves, for the pay that we deserve? It means you would have employees with no backbone, no decision-making skills, no critical thinking ability, and no drive. All competencies you actually require in your job specifications. So it would mean that at this point, if we didn't advocate for ourselves, you'd have employees that were checked out and no longer cared. But as you can see, we aren't checked out and we do care and we do show up. And that's why we keep showing up and we'll keep fighting for the fair median wages that are deserved. Thank you.
Matthew Lewis, and then we have Pamela Verinder.
Good evening, council members. I'm Matt Lewis. I'm from District 5, North Redondo, and I've come to comment on the route for the Metro C line extension. I want to strongly support the route that goes down Hawthorne Boulevard and not the route that goes down the Metro right-of-way. Because I'm here today as a policy analyst, and I had some kind of a disturbing experience when I went to the public comment section that Metro held back in February at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. They did a very nice presentation on the routes and the various trade-offs, but I was talking to one of their consultants who was a very nice guy and an engineer, and he said, well, the Metro right-of-way is a no-brainer. We've already spent millions of dollars on that right-of-way. It's the cheapest solution. That's the way we should go forward. And as a policy analyst by trade, that is a classic sunk cost fallacy. Just because you spent some money to make a decision doesn't mean that that's the direction you should keep going. And in fact, you should look more broadly at all of the costs and benefits. And from my perspective, one of the biggest costs is on the families that are going to be impacted by that route down the Metro ROW, the Metro right-of-way. And those effects over time. So I did a little, back of the envelope calculations, did my own little policy analytic research, and it turns out the noise and vibration part of the environmental impact report has significant and unavoidable effects from that Metro right-of-way. And so, well, on how many people, how many families does that affect versus similar effects on the Hawthorne route over down the middle of Hawthorne Boulevard? And the answer, it looks to be around 1,762 families that are within 350 feet of the Metro right-of-way. That includes 191 of our seniors in the Breakwater Village. Take that same route, but go down the Hawthorne Boulevard route, and it impacts about 535 families, so a third of the families, but with businesses also providing buffers to that potential sound and vibration. So to minimize the effects on our families and our people, I'm going to strongly argue that we should be using the Hawthorne Boulevard route versus the Metro right-of-way. Thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, quick question, sir. Sir, I got a quick question for you. You said significant unavoidable effects, and none of those effects can be mitigated? None of those effects can be mitigated?
So those are after the mitigations for the Metro right-of-way that's the above ground.
Okay, perfect.
That's correct. It's a great question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Pamela, then we have Linda Habasa.
Hi, thank you for having me back. I was here on August 15th to talk about the pit bull that gets loose, and an officer from Redondo Beach, the quality of life officer, came out to assist me. And unfortunately, there's no law that backs the police department to make any move. A loose leash violation requires the officer to see it before he can cite it, and the dog is recovered. The officer was at my house on August 23rd and told me it would be easier to address it as a barking dog complaint. The very next day, the pit bull ran across my lawn, up on my steps, while I was stepping out. I barely slammed the door where it headbutted my door and growled at my little dog. Now, I emailed the officer and Councilman Obaji, and neither responded, but I see that he's absent, so I am assuming he's on vacation. I will defer everything until he returns, so I can talk to him about how to go about, just for every citizen, getting an ordinance for proper fencing. And when you have a situation where nobody is held accountable, they make no effort to stop it. And as I told you last time I was here, I created a Facebook page called Held Hostage by a Pit Bull, where I've posted all my videos, and I know Councilman Obaji has looked at him, but they are quite distressing, and this has gone on for 3 years. I've only had cameras for 2 years. Video shows the pit bull jumping the fence, charging people, charging dogs. So I will wait till he comes back and see what we can do, but I just wanted to address it this evening. More so, I was upset that he had not returned my email, but I see he's absent, so that I'm assuming he's on vacation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Linda, and then we have Doug Boswell.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for hearing all of us tonight. To all the council members, I would like to, my name is Linda Habash. I'm the owner of an event company called Start to Finish Event Service Incorporated. On behalf of the Riviera Village Association, under contract, I produce the Riviera Village Certified Farmers Market. The market consists of 9 farmers, 19 food vendors, and 9 specialty vendors, a total of 37 vendors. The market is in the Triangle parking lot every Sunday, 9 to 2. Community customer attendance weekly is an average of 154 attendees. A farmer's market is for the community gathering to obtain from a farmer, directly from the farmer to your table of fresh fruit, produce, honey, seafood, bath products, bakers, fresh juices, coffee, tamales, wine, dates, microgreens, empanadas, salsa, pasta, yogurts, and many more. All of these vendors are required to obtain either a LA County Public Health Department permit or a certified producer's certificate from the state of California. They all pay taxes within the cities of where they establish their product. I have a business license with the Redondo Beach City for all the time that I have been managing this market. The market proceeds benefit the Riviera Village Association to present 2 free community events, the Halloween and the Holiday Stroll, which I produce for them. On August 31st, which was last Friday, I received a letter and a document from the City of Redondo Financial Department addressed to market managers. It stated that each business license application, once submitted Each vendor would be advised to obtain a business license and total taxes and fees that are due. I ask you to appeal against this decision due to the financial hardship that this would impose on the market vendors. Many vendors, like other businesses, are impacted by their business during COVID. Currently, this issue has already been a rumor, with vendors expressing they would leave this market to sell elsewhere. I did contact many other city farmers market managers who stated this is not a requirement in their city, including Torrance Wilson Park, who has over 180 vendors in their market. Simply, I will lose these vendors, and without them, this market will close. It will impact the RVA community holiday events in the village. I have spoken to the city manager that manages your farmers market,
Motion
who
to
have
extend for
stated the
30
same
seconds.
Second.
result. Finally, comment, all of these event vendors within the city of Redondo require to apply. If this is the case, are you making all the other major events, such as Beach Life, so on and so forth, Kings 5K, are they required and their contractors required to get a business license and pay taxes within your city? Thank you for your time.
Quick question.
Yes.
How much, so the business license Redondo is roughly how much?
I have paid $133. It is, and plus
And
plus
since you revere,
$100 for the RVA bid. To date, each vendor would have to pay $233, but they also have to require to pay taxes on the food that they're selling at the market.
and
So,
do other cities do this?
no,
No.
and I'm on a chain with
And,
all the
yeah.
farmers markets.
And real quick, how many days a week is this farmer's market on? Or how many times a year is this farmer's market on? How many hours a day?
How many hours at the
Hours
market?
and how many times per year?
Vendors set up at 7, the timeline from the city is 7 to 3, but we start selling at 8:30 and we're usually out of the market, out of the parking lot by 2:30.
And how many weekends per year?
How many weekends?
Yeah.
Out of the 52, we probably we close for maybe 3 of those, so maybe 49.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Doug Boswell, and then Kevin Mitchell.
Okay. I'll read this as fast as I can to get the 3 minutes in. Hello. Good evening, council members, as there are, Mayor Pro Tem, and the people of Redondo Beach. I'm Doug Boswell, District 3 resident for over 30 years, and I'm here before you to encourage you to focus 100% on convincing Metro to select the Hawthorne elevated option for the extension of the sea line through the impacted South Bay cities. And only one option. Hawthorne elevated has to be what we present to Metro as a united city. Lawndale is steadfastly sticking to this Hawthorne elevated option, while Torrance has pivoted to a no-build option. And I'm hearing rumors that some people, including perhaps city staff, are considering this no-build option. And I'm very conflicted about this. The Metro Rail going through the South Bay is an eventuality. There is no way to permanently kill this project. We could stop it for now, but at some point in the future, it will come back. Mass transit in an ever-densifying metropolitan area is a solution politicians can continue to come back to as we all complain about the traffic gridlock. Our strategy on this should be that, considering this eventuality, and since we have the opportunity to root this beast down Hawthorne now, we need to push that through while we can. And we need to do it with one voice. Citizens, elected officials, city staff, period. We need to speak with one voice. Metro has already said that they will go with the option, the locally preferred option. So what happens if we go with no build? 5, 10, 20 years down the road, who knows what the options for this will be. And we might just end up with it on the freight train row at a time when we can't muster the public support to fight it. Or the Hawthorne route might not even be available due to other development that might be there in the meantime. Or perhaps a well-funded counter lobby by Torrance. We have come this far in a multi-year effort. It's been an epic battle, especially for Nikki, our totally dedicated leader. And it pains me greatly to see all that blood lost for nothing. And then wake up one day and find 200 trains per day grinding and squealing past the bedrooms of our neighbors. I'm not saying that there are not serious crime, safety, and health issues that Metro desperately needs to remedy for the entire Metro system to be viable, but we should not allow this project to get kicked down the road to some unknown future. Frankly, I find it odd that Torrance is not lobbying Metro to make perfectly doable alterations to the southern section of the Hawthorne elevated route, such that it does not cut across a couple of car dealerships, for which, by the way, these businesses would be compensated. So let's stay the course. Let's keep our eye on the goal. Don't let Torrance drag us down to their self-serving, me first and only me spoiler level. I don't trust them or their completely disingenuous, front-loaded, and very misleading survey for a second. And it is my sincere hope that you will not be swayed to join them by advocating for this red herring. Please don't be fooled. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Mitchell, then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Hi, I'm Kevin Mitchell. Nice to see you, Council and Mayor Pro Tem. So on August 14th, Metro released a Sea Line extension to Torrance project update from their senior staff, distributed to the Board of Directors. In it, Metro unveiled a new poll taken by a market research company that supported the proposed project of the row. The phone survey of 670 random respondents boasted a 67% support rate. 24% had no opinion, or what I would call a hang-up. In the same report, Metro claims both the community poll and the draft EIR comments show high levels of community support for the project and low levels of opposition, despite a group of vocal opponents that have attended many public meetings on the project. To arrive at these conclusions, Metro cites 1,850 responses focused on alignment preferences only, 1,228 being for the row. So this may be due to the City of Torrance publishing a QR code aimed at the row alignment support. It was submit name to affirm your support for the proposed project row, which solicited a monolithic response that had no relationship to the DEIR itself. Metro cites only 13% of comments addressed actual concerns or impacts to the published DEIR. That means roughly 240 responses directly confronting the DEIR assumptions with their 60-day response period are being dismissed. Unpublished on Metro's All Things Sea Line box files are the actual digital recordings of 2 town hall meetings with Lawndale and Redondo Beach during their DEIR response period. The Sea Line options were presented, but it was a 1-minute public responses that set the tone. In both meetings, the crowd was large and 95% opposed to the row. At the Lawndale meeting, a homeowner actually had a heart attack, which ended the meeting. Metro's lack of transparency or real accounting of those very real exchanges, coupled with the cherry picking of data from mass polling, demonstrates unclean hands in dealing with public stakeholders. They fully understand that the adjacent residents do not support the row, and they are manipulating the non-stakeholder public responses to make it seem that we are. In the same report, Metro published a new cost analysis which shows the row with mitigations costing $2.23 billion versus Hawthorne at $2.96 billion. Truth is, they cost the same, the Row residents will be saddled with the cost difference in loss of property via encroachments, loss of
Motion to
property
extend
value.
30 seconds.
Second.
30 seconds, please. Destruction to foundational structures, exposure to hazardous incidents, incessant noise and vibration, and loss of quality of life. In Redondo, many, if not most, of affected residents are seniors. We depend on our property value, and we need the city's support to make Metro not put this down the road. Thank you.
Nikki Negretti Mitchell, then Janet Kirk.
Good evening. Where's the city manager? Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. Speaking as Redondo Beach right-of-way shareholder, 42-year Redondo Beach resident, and fourth generation South Bay native regarding the sea line. To help make sure you all have your facts straight and can identify PR propaganda in going forward on the draft DIR discussions, this especially goes for our city manager and our District 3 and District 4 reps. You need to understand why there is such a huge volume of discrepancy in the Green Line Extension public comments for locally preferred alternative. You may have heard this being characterized by Metro as indicative of a higher percentage of community favoring the right-of-way at grade, ignoring the lack of substance and before having answered any real public comments on the draft DIR. There are two things to consider right off the bat, which are, we fully expected Torrance's volume of right-of-way support affirmations via QR code-generated form letters, which undemocratically only offered their residents one option to support. And I'm sure none of those form letters have addressed the very serious technical problems on the right-of-way. Volume without substance is meaningless to the board of directors. However, current Torrance City Council reps have acknowledged that they understand our issues, as they have stated in their public meetings recently, and they seek to change their position. A small poll deliberately targeted to avoid our right-of-way communities, likely intended to rope Torrance back in, was brought to the Torrance Transportation Committee as argument to keep them on board with the project. Out of more than 250,000 residents between the three cities, only 670 respondents happened to pick up their spam phone call to answer their scripted, tailored questions. That is not a true representation, especially considering in all of Metro's public hearings in two of the three cities were overwhelmingly in favor of the Hawthorne option. We're not surprised by these characterizations. We look forward to Metro's answers to our public draft DIR comments and questions. Further, on the rigged Torrance QR code campaign, how could that have gotten approved for an official city government website? We can and should easily dismiss those results. Reps from that same body have made false claims over the years, too many to list, but one example is a Torrance transit official cited a 20-year-old Torrance took 25%, Redondo took 75% deal that turned out to be egregious disinformation purposely manipulated and presented to the Council of Governments. I have those reports. It is so necessary to highlight the bad faith efforts that have been used against my community over the years with hopes that our city manager understands these variables. I've reached out but have not heard anything back. Between Metro and Torrance, we have suffered a lot of gaslighting and bullying. We need you and our DR.
Motion to extend 30 seconds.
Second.
Thank you. So we need for the city manager and our public works director and our District 3 rep to please stand up for us going forward. Councilmember Obaji, he's always standing up for us. He shows up he's at the COG meetings and he's always talking in our favor. So anyway, thank you for hearing me tonight.
Jeanette Kerr. And then we have Mia Hassel.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Kurth. I'm a property owner next to the row in District 3. Our safety is not a concern of Metro for the residents along the row. Metro has not even studied or addressed the tracks beyond 182nd Street to the Torrance Transit Center. And the plans actually show the lines to Hawthorne Boulevard are at grade when it is actually elevated to pass over Hawthorne Boulevard. My family has lived at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac on Fisk Court in Redondo Beach for over 45 years. The existing tracks are elevated 25 feet on a berm above our property. When Metro says they are planning to rebuild the existing freight line between 8 and 12 feet closer to my property line to accommodate the two light rail lines on the east side of the tracks, the likelihood of a derailment of the 18 to 34 tankers filled with compressed liquefied petroleum gas is highly possible, especially on an elevated areas where the stability of the tracks is questionable without any supporting wall. The Metro chief engineer on the project, Tyler Bonstad, assured me Metro has no plans to build any supporting wall on the west side of the tracks. A second engineer confirmed that again at the Metro meeting held at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center weeks later. There would be sound walls built on each side of the two-line light rail on the east side. There was a derailment of these same tankers on January 12, 2017 in El Segundo after a considerable rain. These tracks were at grade. At least 4 cars jumped the tracks. Approximately 30 years ago, the tracks were reinforced with added tons of soil to create a berm enhancement on the west side where the tracks curved. So obviously the tracks were unstable back then. The Hawthorne Boulevard route is the only alignment. It minimizes the negative effects on the people on the row. As if the row were to go forward, we would have 8 years of construction. Does Metro have to abide by the noise ordinances between 7 a.m. and 9, or can they work 24 hours a day? Clean air and noise pollution, health risk from the 4 a.m. to 12
Motion to
midnight
extend 30
operations
seconds.
and maintenance in the remaining 4 hours, with 200 trains going by every day. Quality of sleep and mental health. Some of these risks include stress-related illnesses, high blood pressure, chronic stress, sleep disturbances, anxiety, sleep disruptions, and lost productivity. The willingness to even consider exposing 1,762 families and 191 senior households along the road to these kinds of
Thank you, Ms.
risks,
Kurth.
health risk is inconceivable.
Thank you, Ms. Kurth.
Thank you.
Mia Halsell, and last card I have is for GP Sudith.
We have one more.
And another, okay.
Hello, Council. My name is Mia Halsell. I'm one of your dispatchers for police and fire here in the city. Let us consider for a moment that over the course of our current 3-year contract, we have worked through an entire pandemic and a cost of living and inflation crisis. Just this year, Council authorized a 12% salary increase over 3 years for police officers. These same police officers would be simply unable to function without support staff doing the same 24/7 shift work, including dispatchers, records personnel, and jailers. Dispatch, most specifically, is operating at about 50% staffing levels, while we are over 5 years into a staffing crisis. We have only 1 full-time supervisor when we need 4. We have 5 dispatchers and 8 shifts to fill, as well as backfilling for supervisor vacancies. Dispatchers are working a mandatory minimum of 100 hours overtime a month, and most of us work significantly more than that. Your dispatchers are working 2 to 4 week stretches on a regular basis, getting 1 day off and returning to work on another stretch. On a personal level, I have worked well over 5,000 hours of overtime over the last 5 calendar years. This is unsustainable and it's dehumanizing. I've worked for Redondo over 6 years, and over the last 5, as a trainer, there have been 23 hires between myself and our newest trainee. Only 3 of those employees are still here. Needless to say, training under these conditions is challenging, but the optics of a new hire seeing us work so much is a really hard sell. Without immediate, meaningful action, we are not going to be able to sustain ourselves much longer under these conditions. If CEA were to authorize a strike, dispatchers would still have to work. We are classified as first responders by the state, a classification that the city has refused to mirror. It is illegal for dispatchers to strike. Considering we're such a small contingent with CEA, we're really relying on the city to show tangible support during a time of great need. We're proud of the work we do for the public and the city. We keep showing up to support the people around us, and we strive to create an environment that people want to work in. However, the fact remains that we need your help to affect meaningful change. A show of support from the city would go a long way for everyone's morale, and it's arguably the biggest factor in job interest and retention. I really just want to implore you guys, please consider us as people and not just employees. That's all. Thank you.
Judith, and then Jonathan Svetko.
Good evening, Council and citizens. GP Sudeth, District 5, since 1989. My comment is hopefully going to fit within that amount of time. So I'll do this musical part of it first, and then see if I have any time left. This is a comment about the C line extension and the question of where it should be routed. Yeah, I heard about this amazing plan, and I gotta say I'm not a fan of sending hundreds of trains a day through a quiet neighborhood. Well, it may seem a great way's been planned to keep the sea line's costs down, but the cost to our quality of life here tells me the road plan is just not good. If the sea line gets built on the right of way, it'll mess up a lot of people's lives, say. If they go ahead and build it on the right of way, it'll seem Metro just doesn't care. If they go ahead and plan to use the right of way, with all these people saying it's the wrong way, they should look around and see if there's a better way that wouldn't be so hard for us to bear. With the road plan, the tracks will be just feet away from homes where people live and children play, bringing noise and rumbling every hour of the day and disturbance without cease. While just 3 blocks away is an 8-lane street designed to be just right for mass transit needs that will serve all the people so much better than this road route that'll give us no peace. If the sea line gets built on the right of way, it'll endanger lots of people's lives, hey. If they go ahead and build it on the right of way, it'll seem Metro just doesn't care. So let's not build the sea line on the right of way. Just listen to what so many folks who live here say, and let's build it the actual right, not of way, down Hawthorne Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you. The last card I have, Jonathan Spetko, and that is going to end our public comments.
Good evening, thank you. Hard to follow that act. This is a familiar complaint, several years now in the making. Once again, Beach Life Festival, Alan Sanford is profiting off of advertising illegal cannabis activities here. We have brought this up multiple times. Chief Hoffman last time assured us that this was not happening. I want to clarify and read what it says here. Delivery to the beach cities and during the Beach Life Festival. Not only is it illegal to deliver cannabis in a city here, we also do not allow the license, of which there is also a state license, to have temporary events in order to have cannabis at these type of events. And yet Mr. Sanford continues to not care and advertise this in our city. And yet we've also not enforced on that on there. I don't understand why. What's the point of having these rules in here if we're not enforcing it on here? I suppose the one silver lining that I could see out of any of this is that since we've given him such a sweetheart deal to where the city itself is not profiting off of this, at least we can't claim that the city itself is profiting off of illegal cannabis activities. I certainly hope you do something about this yet again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
No.
We are past, we're well past our public comment period. Thank you.
Yeah, we have no e-comments or Zoom, just for the record.
Thank you. All right, so moving on,
N1.
N1. Okay. Discussion and possible action on the proposed cannabis licensing application process and associated cost recovery fees.
All right. Thank you, Acting Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm Director Brandy Forbes, Community Development Director. This is the agenda item to talk about the cannabis business licensing procedures. If you can go ahead and share the presentation.
Sounds good. There you go.
Great. Here tonight, we have Elizabeth House from the City Manager's Office as well. So we can answer questions at the end of the presentation. Here's the timeline that the city followed to adopt the cannabis regulations themselves. We dove into this at our last discussion on this item, so I'm not going to jump into it in great detail, but going to the end of the list here, both the inland and coastal ordinances were adopted and are in effect. The Coastal Commission certified the coastal ordinance in March of this year. And for the cannabis tax measure, after adoption of the ordinances last fall, City Council directed staff to work on the taxation ordinance as a ballot measure. That public hearing was on November 1st and the resolution submitting the cannabis tax to the voters was adopted on November 8th of last year. On March 7th of this year, the voters approved the measure to allow the city to collect taxes for cannabis and hemp business operations. And the City Council will need to establish a taxation level since the ordinance offered a range, and the staff can bring that back as another item in the future. We're now on to the next step, which is to develop the cannabis selection process. And to date, we had heard the Cannabis Steering Committee's recommendations on what questions and documents to have in that selection process, and those were included in the document. On June 21st of last year, when considering the cannabis discussions, City Council discussed that staff include the Cannabis Steering Committee's their recommendations regarding the selection process and the questions, and those have been included in the document. At the July 19th public hearing last year, Council discussed the selection process a bit and wanted to have a better, a letter of intent for the sites as part of the applications, but limiting to one commercial location would have less than three applicants per location. And that's been included in the cannabis process. We did bring this back at the May 16th City Council meeting and went through the draft procedures. And at that meeting, City Council provided direction to staff on revisions, and those have been included in the draft document for discussion tonight. So going into the permit process for the commercial cannabis business license. First, the application and submittal parameters are presented in the document. There needs to be a zoning verification letter. There'd be a maximum of 2 per site, and background checks. The zoning verification letter is a process where the applicant would request this. It's making sure that any location would meet the buffer requirements that are in the cannabis ordinance. Also, a single point of contact at the city, so applicants aren't shopping around for answers. The applications cannot be amended once they're submitted. And the ownership interest, it would be 1 permit application per owner with a 10% interest or greater in a business. The required documents that are noted, a commercial cannabis business permit application that was included in your packet as an example, financial responsibility, indemnity, and consent to inspection terms agreement, an agreement on the limitations of the city's liability and indemnification, an application fee and background check fee, property owner consent or landlord affidavit, and then that zoning verification letter. The draft permit process document goes through the various phases. This was a recommendation of the Cannabis Steering Committee to review the application in phases. As well, the recommended information, documents, and questions of the Cannabis Steering Committee were included in these submittal requirements. In phase 1, is the determination of eligibility. During this phase, applications are reviewed for completeness and compliance. This is to ensure that all the required items outlined in the application have been submitted. It's not a merit base. It's really just making sure those particular items have been submitted. Applicants whose submittals are missing key sections will be disqualified. So there's no scoring on this, but if the information hasn't been submitted, it would not be a complete application. In phase 2 would be the application quality assurance review. During this phase, the assigned assistant to the city manager would review and score each application using the evaluation criteria that's in Appendix A of the guidelines. That scoring, just so the scoring was revised to match the direction that City Council provided at the May 16th meeting.
I'm sorry, which scoring was revised? Which scoring?
In the phase 2.
Oh, phase 2, okay.
Yeah. The assistant to the city manager will then determine how many of the applicants will be interviewed based upon the overall quantity and quality of the applications received by the city. Phase 3 is where the interviews process would start. During this phase, a staff selection committee designated by the city manager would conduct a discretionary merit-based interview process. The applicants will be scored using the evaluation criteria in Appendix A. Again, that was revised to match the direction City Council provided at the May 16th meeting. And then once all the interviews are completed, the staff selection committee will calculate the scores from phase 3 and create a preliminary ranking. That ranking will be based on the scores received through the interview process. And then the city manager would recommend those applicants that would move on to the phase 4 of the process to undergo the background check by the police department, and then phase 4 is the city council interviews and final selection. There would be an appeals process per the way the procedures are drafted now. As well, developer agreements would be required, and that's required through the actual ordinance that was adopted last year. Fees, we would have to finalize what those fees are before initiating the process, but there'd be the application fee, the annual regulatory fee, the appeal process fee, that zoning verification letter fee, and a criminal background investigation fee. A web page will be created to provide all the forms and the frequently asked questions. Again, there will be a criminal history background check as part of the process. and the zoning verification letter. This is the list of the revisions that the city council directed at the May 16th meeting that were incorporated in the draft procedures document. So if the city is able to receive indemnification from successful applicants, include that language as a requirement, change the weighting scoring system, shifting some points away from the proposed site plan and community benefits, adding language that will help screen the community benefits, ensuring that the license holder isn't donating to their own nonprofit and circumventing that community benefits intent, ensuring that it's clear that the license can be revoked if the business is not up and running within a certain period of time. As well, information received from applicants should include whether or not they have a cannabis business license elsewhere in California, and if so, what is the status of those businesses. And then finally, council directed to include a revocable bond. So if the licensee does not pay their taxes, the city has some mechanism by which to recuperate those funds. We do have the city attorney here, so he can address, I know there are some legal questions about this, and so he's also available for any questions. And that concludes the presentation. It's basically, this is to review the draft application process and guidelines and provide direction to finalize that document, and then direction on the preparation of resolution to establish additional process integrity guidelines. And with that, we are available for questions.
I see Councilman Narenheim.
All right, yeah, we can, leave this here for a second. All right, so there's a lot here. Thank you for doing all this work. It's a lot moving forward. I think the first thing I want to say here moving forward is if there's any inconsistencies here that we have, or possible inconsistencies or viewpoints for the selection process in our ordinance that we currently have in place, because our ordinance is relatively older, considered from when we started it to what we are today. With new council, we should be harmonizing to as much as possible moving forward. And I also want to make sure that we draw a distinct difference between the application process and how we choose the winner, and the second part, the eventual running of the operations. Meaning, if we decide how we decide to choose people, there's a risk associated with that. There is a process associated with that. We have to be able to evaluate that independently. And that's one process. And then being able to actually enforce, right? And make sure they open and this becomes successful is another whole separate process along the way. I've talked to a lot of people here in the last few months. And one of the things that I'm seeing here is the requirement for a location in question. How, I know that what came up last time in discussion, was that resolved? Did you guys take a look at that a little more in detail for that? Brandy or Mike Webb?
We did. It's ultimately still a question that the council has to decide, and that really is one of the largest questions that you have before you. I agree wholeheartedly that the ordinance should be harmonized with the process. Currently, it doesn't, because the ordinance talks about subsequently finding a place that is acceptable to the council. The point system still gives a large percentage of points. We did have a meeting with HDL, Ms. Forbes, Ms. House, and myself, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think HDL's view, I asked them, like, well, how do you harmonize those two? And they didn't attempt to. So they produce what they think, based on their experience, is and evolved over time, where they've had cities sued, and the outcome of those lawsuits, a process that leans heavily on the location. And so that's just in conflict with our ordinance. The other thing that the council's going to have to weigh into it is HDL, as Ms. Forbes' report indicates, is no longer available to the city to assist in this scoring. And so I think that's a big hit. And Ms. Forbes leaving for greener pastures is an even larger hit. And if you don't use location, HDL says, based on their experience, you're going to have a much, much larger pool of applicants than you would if you made having a location, an acceptable location, a big part of that. And I don't know who in staff is going to be able to process those things. However, our ordinance isn't all that old in terms of ordinances, the council is a different council, but the council did specifically choose not to base it on location. On the other hand, HDL says that location is a more objective criteria to score than the other factors. You know, like every applicant that's serious is going to be able to write a good business plan. So those are all factors that the council needs to consider in deciding which to harmonize. You know, which way do you go? Do you harmonize the HDL proposed model, or, and it is kind of a unique step to ignore the ordinance on the books while creating a scoring process. And so do you make the process consistent with the ordinance, or do you make the ordinance, amend it to make it consistent with the process? And that will drive where we go in the future.
You just said some very key words there. One is regarding staff and staff time. Amount of, if we get a flood of 200 applications, I'll be able to go through that. And then what Mr. Webb here just said was anyone can write up a business plan. There's some good people out there who can write some good business plans and then not really being able to make it happen. And then anyone can really write a really good business plan for a conceptualized location that is not within the scope of something that actually works. Director Forbes, so knowing that we don't have a significant amount of staff time, you yourself are leaving, but that's not part of the conversation. It's part of the fact that we have only minimal staff here to be able to go through this. Overall police department, all the way through. How would we be able to ensure a paper business plan that gets sent in? Again, let's just say a paper business plan gets sent in and approved, and they're their number one and number two selection for a particular they just get approved. How would we be able to marry the security plan and marry their visitor plan and their parking plan to a site that doesn't exist? And then we have 100 of these applications.
Right. I think that's the key point, and that was in this, the staff report, that the security plan, the pro forma, the number of employees and point of sales terminals is, the neighborhood compatibility. Those are the components that would end up coming out of, or a good portion of what you're requiring of those would come out of that proposal process or the procedures. Because it would be, as you mentioned, conceptual. So you wouldn't have as near the details on any of those given items if it's just a conceptual location. I think that, mind you, a lot of the locations are going to be adjacent to residential. So they're going to have to look at some of those same issues that they would no matter where they're going to be located, just because of where the buffers are. But you would be limiting what you're asking for, or the level of details that perhaps you wanted to look at the scoring for.
Right.
So it's, it is that, which way do you weigh it? Not requiring the property, so it opens it up more, but once you open it up more, there's also not going to be the level of detail in those applications.
Right. I mean, it seems like to me that we need to make sure that the ordinance, the next step for us is to really ensure that this process for selection is cleaned up with the ordinance that we have in place to minimize the risk. And I think there was a comment made by someone last time, if we get 100 applications, 98 are going to lose. That's 98 people who are incentivized to win versus 20 people who turn in, or 10 people that turn in an application, and 8 people lose. So the winners versus losers, right? I think it's important that we have some actual concrete ability to know where things are going. We do that with most of our projects and processes here in Redondo. We don't just say, oh, we'll just come up with an idea and we'll see how it goes, and then we're going to select you. So those are my comments for now. The last thing, again, I do want us to keep an understanding that location that's chosen anywhere here in Redondo is going to be out of the hands of the council if we don't include a location as part of the process. So that's, I think, going to be a very tough pill to swallow for whatever district it goes into. And we'll be able to say, oh, well, we had no ability to say no to this. And I think that's going to be a tough problem to solve once the application or the location is chosen. So those are my thoughts for now. Thank you.
Councilman Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Elizabeth Brandy, I know you've done a lot of work, our city attorney, and the commission that worked on this. It seems like there's kind of been a seismic shift in a lot of ways. Let me just start with HDL. They're gone?
And HDL is unfortunately I think one of the key staff members in the unit that would support the next phase of this process. The selection process has left the company. They have not yet replaced that individual. Their comments to us, and we've had repeated meetings, are that they are incapable of staffing the effort right now. If we were to contract with them to support our screening efforts, they just don't have the personnel to meet any contractual obligation. So they are done.
Pardon my interruption. Any ideas to when they may be able to restaff for us, if ever, because it's being discussed? I mean, there could be a flood and avalanche of applications, and you don't need me to say, we got a lot going on in the city.
I mean, that's the reason I followed up with a specific meeting with AJ and their division head in HDL, asking that same question, concerned about, candidly from our standpoint, concerned about the impact that this process will have on staff and our capacity. We'll make no mistake, we'll find a way to get it done. We will, if the council ultimately approves the process and we proceed. But it is going to be a challenge for us. So my very question to them, to your point, was, are you planning to replace the individual that has left the firm? And, in a couple of months, potentially, could you provide us a proposal for service? And they said, well, we would let you know if we did find somebody, but I candidly did not see a lot of optimism in their eyes as it pertains to replacing that staff member. That I think that person might have been fairly unique in the industry. I don't anticipate HDL having the ability to return with a contract proposal to help us with this next phase.
Thank you. Has HCL completed their obligations under our contract?
They certainly believe that they have. I think our staff's analysis is that they have effectively. We have the draft guidelines. We've kicked it around not once but a few times. I don't believe we contracted with them for any additional meetings. I believe we have reached our meeting participation limit. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, could we make a claim that we haven't quite finished the process? I suppose we could, but I'm not sure it would go anywhere.
Okay. The other item that we've learned about recently is it's not clear based on what we're hearing that HDL even looked at our ordinance when putting together this work product for us. Is that kind of the bottom line?
I think
they did. Yeah, they reviewed our ordinance.
Did they review it with respect to actually marrying up and complying with our ordinance? Because it sounds like it's inconsistent.
I think that they were providing different options as far as what would they recommend as far as the procedures. We had received that feedback from council at the time that we were adopting the ordinance. There is one section of the ordinance, and that's the part that the city attorney reviewed that has, it's more about like not requiring something until later. The language in it wasn't super clear.
The location part?
Yes,
That's
right.
Like the critical part.
Because the key part that we did say was that they didn't have they weren't required to have a conditional use permit at the time that they were submitting an application because of the cost and the time that it takes to acquire a conditional use permit. That's a lot of effort to go through. So there was one section of the language in the ordinance that we did discover there is a conflict, and it wasn't clearly saying you don't have to have this at the time of your application. It was just saying that it's requiring. I don't have that language in front of me, but the way the language was written was just more about, it wasn't talking about the application process itself. It was talking about at what point you require the property, and it wasn't clear, it wasn't tying it to the application process.
So what I'd say, my memory is slightly different.
Okay.
Meaning I think HDL proposes their proposal. They give different options, and they talked about, you cut risk. If you wanted to cut risk, you'd have, random selection of people that meet the minimum criteria. The section that Director Forbes is talking about is that a development agreement shall be awarded contingent upon applicant's subsequent identification of premises. Well, if you're not ever going to get chosen because your largest objective section is location, then that's at odds. You can change it if you want to make the location, but you need to change it.
Change it, meaning the ordinance?
The ordinance, if you want to go that way, or change the process if you want to go the other way.
Right, so it was under that developer's agreement part of things, which, again, it wasn't something that we were looking at as far as the application process, but yes, that, when you look at the timing of that, it pulls that in there.
May I ask a question? Or you make?
Sure.
Just a quick question on that one, what you just stated there. But we're not actually giving out a development permit or a CUP until they actually have actually hit all of the individual items.
But the problem is, how would you have someone selected where, the bulk of the points is on location?
So they don't even get they can't even open until.
Right. So the fact that you would give a developer agreement and then they subsequently can go out and find the spot, you're not even get to that point.
I see what you're saying.
If the point system is at odds with the ordinance, the way it's written, and you can fix it one way or the other.
Okay, yeah.
And my sense was HDL, we give, not cookie cutter, but we give our best recommendation based on our experience of what will keep, and we did talk about different options where you could have criteria and then the finalists are picked at random. Well, that probably insulates you more from, the improper actions of the council lawsuit. But their point was they fully expect, and I'm not arguing one way or the other, but their point was they fully expect a lot of interest in Redondo because of interest in the beach cities, and they indicated it was an underserved area. And if you don't have the requirement of property, then you invite many more applicants and you make it harder to have objective standards that can be upheld. But that was their point. We haven't had the experience with that. And the previous council did put that in for a reason. There was a lot of specific, discussion around that they didn't want someone who had access to the best locations or who had agreements already in place to force out other, perhaps better reputable operators who didn't have those agreements. So it's truly a policy call for you all. But if we know which way you want to go, and it's hard because we're missing half of you, but if we know which way to go, then we can, with Brandy's replacement, we can make the amendments to either the ordinance or the application process.
And I will add to that, we obviously would recommend we harmonize the two documents, however we go. And to the point made earlier about having objective criterion that we can point to is now, to me, even more important, losing HDL support, because now it's going to be incumbent on our staff to vet these applicants and make a determination and give you their best professional recommendation. If we can't consider site in that calculus, it's going to be very difficult for us to differentiate between a good operator and a bad operator. We just don't have a lot of expertise in that respect, and that's the challenge. So my personal leaning, given the circumstances, is that you use site as a criterion, and that we update the ordinance to reflect that change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's a legitimate point about needing to be perhaps more objective. I mean, phase 4 gives the city council full, and I presume subjective discretion over what criteria to consider when evaluating applicants. I can only imagine an applicant going through phases 1, 2, 3, they get to 4, and then city council has the right to say, I don't like the way you dressed today. I mean, it's an extreme example, but you get the idea.
Yeah, sure.
So objectivity, and I wasn't part of the initial discussion way back when on an ordinance, but my understanding it was a big part of it, just part of it was to generate revenue. And to your point about having an objective process that's going to hold up, whatever we can do to decrease the likelihood of litigation, because that's just going to suck up any revenue right away.
It is. And that's the balance test that we're going to have to at some point reconcile. All right, we've got litigation risk associated with the selection process. We have long-term operating risk associated with whomever is selected and builds in our community, and we have to live with, right? I mean, we have risk on both sides of this equation. One's immediate, and the other is potentially creates longer-term public safety challenges for us. So ideally, right, we're going to identify a process that's as objective as possible, that ultimately concludes with us selecting on a meritocracy basis the best 2 applications based on site and geographic balance, and allows us to ultimately see an implementation of businesses that are successful partners with us, that will work with our police department as challenges arise, that will work with our code enforcement divisions, will be good operators and good neighbors to our residents. So, we've got short-term and long-term risks to consider here. I don't want us to solely focus on the selection risk. It's certainly not at the expense of choosing a good long-term partner. That's the balance that we've got to come to.
Yeah.
If I may, real quick, I just wanted, it was brought to my attention that the version of the procedure document was the old one that was in the agenda packet, so my apologies for that. We made the notes about the scoring system changing. I'll make sure that gets distributed. Obviously, this isn't going to be the last conversation on this item. But, the requirements that were added were the copies of the state and local cannabis business licenses of other licensed facilities operated by the applicant. The point system was changed where community benefits and the proposed site plan were reduced that's for the phase 3.
Just to say that is not in the agenda packet?
Yeah, my apologies. We were putting together this agenda item, and we must have put the older version in there.
Okay.
But with that, everything that's on this, we made those revisions in that we'll make sure that that's submitted to City Council.
And as part of the motion from May 16th, when we last met, was for the city attorney to do a review of the process. City attorneys pulled in 12 different directions. I don't know if he's had a full opportunity to do that, but as part of managing the risk as the city manager, go ahead, please.
Yeah, not a full opportunity. I had the meeting with HDL and Ms. Flores and Ms. House, and it was able to go through the changes that were proposed to make, but I'd like to do a fuller review in terms of, what the litigation risk is, what the litigation history has been. HCD, HTL, HCD on my mind. HTL made substantial changes based on a lawsuit that occurred in Long Beach. I'd like to review those lawsuits and determine what additional steps we could take. It's going to be imperfect. It's a newer area, and Redondo is a litigious community, and I'd recommend we be on our best foot forward, fully recognizing what the city manager said. You wouldn't want to just go to a random, we're not going to get sued if it's random after you make certain they have the business plan, but you may hate the operator. So you have to balance those two risks.
Yeah. What AB 195 was brought to my attention. I haven't explored it. Maybe staff could, but it's apparently a new state law that allows track and trace for outside deliveries into Redondo Beach. And I mentioned that as maybe a way to collect taxes from deliveries that are coming into the city right now. And that could be kind of a stopgap measure as we continue to explore these sort of brick and mortar storefronts. So I don't know if the city manager has any thoughts on that now. If not, it'd be understandable because I just found out about it as well.
We're definitely going to be looking into AB 195, understanding it's the tools that it provides our folks. And as we evaluated the bill in its draft form, I think we had some concerns on what we could do from an enforceability standpoint as I talked to Joe about it, our police chief. But now that it's law and it's in its final form, we'll see if it's something we can utilize.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And I think Hermosa Beach is starting some type of process already with delivery and taxation. I could be wrong, but if our counterparts over there have some information,
Yeah, I'll reach out.
Could
I'll
be.
reach out to Sue, just see if if
Okay.
they're having any success. When we last did the outreach, we hadn't heard of anybody who had been very capable in terms of enforcing that or collecting taxes. The challenge being that the delivery agent, the driver, is just that, is a means to an end. It's getting to the business itself and pursuing that and better understanding that. So we'll evaluate it, and if it gives us some tools, it'd be great if the state, nice when the state provides aid as opposed to create problems for us. So we'll see.
Yeah, and then on the ordinance, would it be prudent to go back, make changes to the ordinance? Maybe not.
Yes, I think so. I mean,
yeah.
if the draft guidelines as currently envisioned are ultimately the desire of the council to approve, we would suggest making some changes to the current ordinance to, I think maybe this word was used earlier, harmonize the two and make sure that we are consistent and we don't create immediate opening for legal challenge just by way of our own ordinance.
Yeah, I think ultimately that may be the way to go. Just to get all of our ducks in a row before we change the ordinance, nobody's suggesting this, before we change it, let's decide.
Settle on a process, yeah.
Yeah, what is it that we're going to conform it to? And I know staff's looking at things, the city attorney's going to look into it, but that's so. And I'll just kind of daylight it. With respect to location, if we do move down that road, so to speak, I would want to take a close look, me personally, at whether or not it's a good idea to put the ACAP off limits, Artesian Aviation Corridors Area Plan for retail cannabis storefront. Again, that's something I want to be careful about, and whether or not that's the way we want to go with the ACAP. So I'm just putting that out there now if we're going to go back and look at the ordinance on that.
Yeah, right
issue.
now, have you, I assume there's been discussion about the buffer maps that are currently in place based on the ordinance restrictions that were originally adopted.
Yeah.
Artesia, for the most part, with some exceptions, was, and I think you understand this, was an eligible location under the zones. It was eligible for application.
Yeah.
Yeah, so your comment being whether or not it makes sense to continue the eligibility of that location going
That's
forward.
right. If we're going to go back and revisit the ordinance, yes, especially if we revisit the ordinance,
buffer,
I want to
that's
take
part
a
of
look.
the ordinance. The
Putting
buffer
so much-
zones.
Yeah, we're putting so much into ACAP, and again, I'm not saying yes or no, and I'm just one person. But as I said, I want to take a close look as to whether it's a good idea to not have retail cannabis in the ACAP. So anyway, I've been going on for a long time, and I want to turn it over to others who may have some thoughts.
Just on that, if we already have certain buffer zones that are limiting to, only a certain area that you can put these stores, if we're reducing that further, we're really like giving someone a golden egg. Where it's going to be like you've got 3 stores that are going to kind of cash out on this. And I think that could be problematic. And maybe I wasn't part of that discussion of when they wrote the ordinance, but that might have been part of that.
I will say that the buffer zones was probably what was most deliberated on. That was a very lengthy process determining what the various no-go radii would include, schools, parks, et cetera. There was additional conversation about exempting other locations. It was a pretty robust policy conversation by the city council at the time. And we settled on a map, I think, that was pretty well spread out, had good logic, but there is nothing that would prevent the council from revisiting, those eligibility locations and what the basis was for that original determination.
Okay. Well, my colleagues here asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask, so thank you for covering that. I'll ask, though, since we don't have HDL and our staff is limited, is this something we should explore, finding a different consultant? Is that something we're thinking of?
We will. I'll be honest, it's the reason I was supportive of HDL the first time. At least to my knowledge, there are very few cannabis consultants that are independently supporting cities, municipalities. That's what I appreciated about HDL. I mean, you could differ, reasonable minds could differ on their various skills, but what I what I appreciate about HDL is their point of interest and perspective was really from the city's point of view, from the municipality's point of view. There are other consultants in the industry. We'll certainly look to see if there are others that have that lens and that client preference. But what we found thus far have been folks who serve both sides of the industry, and you always, of course, wonder about allegiances and alliances in that scenario. So I appreciated HDL's independence in that regard. Obviously, the individual who would potentially be able to help us with this process is no longer with the firm. And despite our pleas, HDL isn't coming to our aid anytime soon. So we're either going to have to go it alone or find somebody else. But I candidly, to answer your question, it's a long-winded way of saying I'm not optimistic. How about that?
All right. Well, it seems like, I mean, this is a very big decision. We've been at it a long time, but it seems like kind of the low-hanging fruit would be this a delivery that's already happening in our city. How do we capitalize on that now?
It seems like it would be low-hanging fruit. As I've talked about it with staff and our police department, it's not perhaps as low-hanging fruit as you might suspect. That's the challenge.
Okay. Is that something that we can include in this discussion?
We absolutely can. We'll bring that back. I think AB 195 is perhaps a new opportunity for us to revisit that, and we can have a conversation as part of the next item on this subject.
Yeah.
This never-ending subject that
never-ending
that we talk about. Yeah.
Even just, can we start with what the tax rate would be?
Well, council's given us some pretty straightforward direction on that. We do need to come back with a formal resolution to set it in stone. We were going to, I think, we were all doing this in steps, right? The RFP process was going to be approved. We'd make any changes to the ordinance we need to make. We'd come back with the implementing ordinance associated with the act, setting by resolution the tax rate for these various things. We had talked about 5% generally, I think was kind of where our head was at. But you ultimately have to make final decision on that. But yes, we can talk about all these things as part of the next item. But just know, Brandy's leaving. This is largely going to fall to Elizabeth on our side and to a lesser extent, remaining personnel and community development. So I don't expect this process to speed up. I expect it to be more and more deliberative depending on what the council wants to do here. So we'll run down and we'll facilitate whatever information gathering you want. Just know it's not going to get easier going forward.
Yeah. Other comments from council members?
I hear from, it's up to you, public comment. I mean, it looks like we have some folks here.
Yep,
maybe.
open to public comments. Thank you. All right. First up, we have Joshua Nager. And then we have Jonathan Svetko.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council and staff. My name is Joshua Nagar. I'm a cannabis attorney and potential applicant, as well as the director of the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. And I was at the first HCL application games period in Paris, California, and I studied the evolution of every application in every city. So what I came here to do is invite the possibility of decoupling this process from real estate. I looked at your draft ordinance. It's the spitting image of Corona's application process. Corona's application process was a disaster. Okay, there was price gouging, extortion, and a host of other problems. What did the gouging look like? You had to pay double or triple to purchase a building, non-refundable deposits for the letter of intent to apply. Before the award, you're paying it up front. What did the extortion look like? If two people won at the location, the winner was the guy who gave the most cash to the landlord. If one person won, the city of Corona gave you 3 days to get the landlord to sign a piece of paper. If he didn't sign, immediately went to the next person. What happened in that 3 days? Your rents and deposits got renegotiated before that paper got signed. It was an absolute disaster. So the letter of intent cost money, the purchase price, non-refundable deposits before the award. Many landowners demanded ownership in the business, and you're in no position to say no. What did it also do? It froze the planning process because of the lawsuits, right? Someone always gets sued in these things. So let's say an architect, engineer, your planning department, your building and safety department says, hey, can that bathroom sink move a little? Well, you can't because you scored the plans, right? Once you score the plans, they're set in stone. Like you can't touch them. So you're wondering today, what can you do, right, to score without property? Well, HDL's been doing it a long time. Sorry to hear they're no longer with us, but floor plans are state compliant and they go through your tenant improvement process. So having them in doesn't give you any favors, or taking them out doesn't hurt you. It's architects and engineers and engineers, state law, state law. So that's not going to change. Safety plans are the same in every location, whether it's a square or rectangle, whatever the case may be. These are black and white rules, laws, and regulations. The neighborhood compatibility, well, you set the zoning and setbacks, so there's little reason why a winner just couldn't come back to the city after the winning process and say, well, here's our proposed locations. Matter of fact, Riverside City, based on Corona's fiasco, is doing it that way. They get the winners, then the winners have 60 to 90 days to go talk to city and pick a location. So I would recommend you do something like that. Huntington Beach used prerequisites of how many licenses you have, how much proof of funds you have. You're going to get a lot of apps. Not a lot of people have $2 million to do this. It's the same winners in every jurisdiction. It's the guys who've been doing it, have ton of licenses, ton of money, ton of experience. So there's ways to do this.
Do a motion to extend. You need a little more time?
Please, just 30 seconds, a minute, something like that.
Second that.
I would also say, like I said, you can go objective experience, objective previous licenses, objective proof of funds. There's a ton of stuff you can do. The random doesn't always save you. Moreno Valley went random. 23 applicants all hit the same scores and went to phase 3 or phase 4, whatever they were calling it, right? 7 were picked in the lottery. We were there. Man, those 7 left the room happy. The other, 17 or whatever, sued the city. And what did the city do? To get out of the lawsuit, they just gave away 23 licenses, right? So there's no good way to do this, but I got to tell you, the gouging model doesn't really work. And it also is anti-equity.
All right, I had a question. Yeah, no, you go first, please.
All right. I mind if I ask you a question or two?
Absolutely, please.
Isn't what you're describing stacking? Stacking of licenses and applications on a certain property?
Like having many ZVL letters?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're disallowing that.
Well, you said under 3.
Limiting.
So what if 2?
2. But we have plenty of other places. It isn't going to get into a situation. We've already addressed that concern. And we've also had situations where we've addressed past prior history on locations and properties and in scoring. So how do you approve someone's application when it's purely conceptual? It's a paper plan. How do you know they're actually going to open? How do you know? And by the way, just so you know, we're not doing a CUP based on the interior work and the building plan, so moving things around. That's completely separate. Permits from that is completely separate.
So I do this for a living, and I've done probably every HDL application manifestation out there. They're all cookie cutter. Really. So an architect is just doing your plans, a security guy's doing your security. So I don't think they really have the bearing or worth that you attribute to them. But I would say Riverside City has figured this out and they're decoupling it. That was HDL's first game. The plans, it's just something they cookie cutter. I mean, they sent you over Corona's application, right? So I still don't think the stacking, taking it to 2 really alleviates the concern, because you're still going to have the concern with leverage. So the landlord will ultimately have the most leverage. The way Riverside City's doing it is you can then go shopping with the city for your location. And I think
But with that said, if you grant me a license, every commercial operator I approach will now know I have a license. I have 30 days or 60 days, 90 days. I'm going to sign a letter and say I'm going to pay $5, $6, $10 a square foot, whatever it may be. I might have 3 or 4, but at the end of the day, come day 59, I got to have something signed and sealed and delivered by 5 p.m. the 60th day. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to be desperate. Mm-hmm. So you run into the same problem at that situation. And the cities that you all mentioned, I mean, you're going to look at, Montebello and, San Obispo and West Hollywood, they've all have a ton of problems, right? But there are cities that have done it correctly. Culver City comes to mind. Santa Barbara comes to mind. So I don't think just this one aspect is being a fair play.
Well, I would say I saw what happened in Corona. I saw the extortion firsthand. I'll give you an example.
But hold on, time out for a second. But corruption and extortion are two completely different things. We're not anything here on the council, right?
No, I wasn't basing it on the council of Corona's corrupt. I'm suggesting the application process, because of the ZVLs and the property dependent nature of it, gave leverage to property owners that they used to their benefit. The number 2 point winner, right? Number 2, it went to his turn to choose his location. Landlord gave a second ZVL to someone else. There's your stacking. There's 2. And the number 9 guy gave him 200 grand in a bag, allegedly.
See, that's not our problem, though.
But that's what the app does.
But we're
is
not
my
doing
point.
stacking.
Well, if
We're
you
not
had
doing
2,
stacking.
you said you'd have 2, right?
2. So someone's gonna have 200 grand?
Well, that example is
again,
one where
but
they had
again,
2.
you know, our city attorney asked a great question. What do you value most? Last time we talked about this, what do you value most? You know, when it comes to the landlord's really at the end of the day going to be probably even the most important person. Probably the most important person, because once a license is granted for that particular location, that stays. That operator can leave and go bankrupt. It stays there at that location. Now all of a sudden that landlord has had hit the jackpot. So it could be a new operator that comes in. What about if it gets sold? Right? We have a lot of great people who have owned property for a really long time in Redondo Beach.
I'm not anti-landlord. I'm really just indicating that there's a certain leverage that comes with property owners giving the
That's going to
ultimate-
happen anyways, though, right? That can't get equalized out.
To a degree, Riverside City is approaching it after the fact. So potentially, if you did award 2 licenses and they had the license, if they were entering into a negotiation with a property owner, it wouldn't be take it or leave it or give us all your money. It could be potentially, look, I got a few places I want to go. Yours is my favorite. I'm willing to pay you a premium, something great, so not $2 million in a bag. You know?
Answer me this question then. Okay. What if I'm a council member and I've had a lot of questions and comments and issues regarding cannabis and retail cannabis, and we issue someone a license, and all of a sudden now the person who gets this comes to my district and it gets approved in an area where path of travel for kids going to school, school bus stop where kids walk at, a significant amount of residents are significantly against that particular location. It just doesn't work with neighborhood compatibility. There's no neighborhood compatibility plan, but it's all been already approved. Now the council member is going to be completely hamstrung at ability to do anything.
I mean, maybe if I understand the example, but in the example I'm presenting, they have the award for the possibility of a license. And at that point, they meet and go through whatever processes need to occur to designate the location. Consequently, in that example, if there was a problem with the location, then it could be flushed out at that time and they would just choose another one.
So how do you look at a security plan for anybody can turn in an application? If you're saying then if you divorce the two, anyone can turn in an application and say, hey, I'm gonna have a fantastic security plan. Our police chief will stamp, this is the gold security plan. This is great. You're gonna have Navy SEALs here, and then we're gonna have Rangers on the weekends, and then it's gonna be awesome. And then all of a sudden they don't pull through with any of it. Or they show up with a location where, you know what, Navy SEALs don't work and Rangers don't work. The only thing that works are private security guards.
Yeah. Well, I think the problem with these applications, and I want to do it for a living, is we figured out how to get max points in most categories. I mean, they sell security plans on the internet. So taking for granted that you're actually getting something tailor-made, very few teams are going to offer you that. And I don't think a floor plan has anything to do with it. What you're really looking at is state law and local codes, which mandate camera placement, this and that. And that's probably going to be the same everywhere. I mean, you all need armed guards. You all need a vault. You all need limited access areas. So providing points for these things that are standard.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about neighborhood security. I'm talking about exterior security for the neighborhood, coming in and out, ingress, egress, those kinds of issues.
Yeah, well, I think so localities have their own security ordinance, and obviously the state does as well. And I've seen many different ones at the local level. And so you would be judging the security plan on whether they responded to your ordinance. So that's fairly objective. So if your ordinance, some have 120-day record, some have instant video patch to your chief, whatever it is yours would have, their plan would have to address that. And that necessarily wouldn't be located on a property. That's something that is responding to your ordinance. It wouldn't matter where that property is. So most people just push print on the security plan and change the name of the city from one city to the other. So it hasn't really been that big of a differentiation in my experience.
Okay, thank you.
But I appreciate your
Great.
question.
No, it's been awesome.
Absolutely.
Very nice. I'm glad you're here and answering questions. This is great. Love this.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not advocating for it, but are you aware of any instances where the city, the public agency actually provided the location? Where they said, here's where we're going to have it. They provided the location.
Wow. I would likely guess as an attorney that the city would likely have to own the location.
Yeah.
Or else you'd run into some sort of subjective, you chose a winner. And I don't know if you can choose winners as a government agency. I just don't know how that would work, but that would not be my area of expertise. So no, I don't.
No
I know
problem.
Santa Ana's the first one that they're throwing a cannabis event. And we're running into a lot of these issues. I'm one of the applicants to provide that service along with Cora Events.
Well, let me ask you this. When council member asked you about Culver City and Santa Barbara as being good models or good programs, you seem to nod in agreement. In just a quick nutshell, if so, what makes them good models?
That's a great question.
Okay.
I think a good model, we've seen lawsuits in just about every games, period. One of the things I liked the most about the most recent manifestation was Huntington Beach's potential application, which they pulled. And it required 4 previous licenses. It required a bunch of things that were objective and meaningful. That's what I liked about that. But other than that, I don't know. Other than that, you're a smaller community, so I guess the property issue, to speak to the councilman's remarks, is always going to be an issue. There's so many places it can go.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Stick around, I have questions.
Jonathan Spetko. Then we have Joan Irvine.
Good evening. Let me first start off by saying thank you very much for that on the decoupling stuff. That has been echoing what I have been saying for the longest time here. There's a whole reason what he has mentioned on there with Corona. I want to bring up what we said last time too. Corona does have a lawsuit over there, but they did actually select 2 applicants that had the exact same property. That is exactly what we're trying to avoid here. I would like to ask Councilmember Narenheim to consider retracting his comments about Montebello as being a bad location or bad example of how they did licensing on there. You've also mentioned West Hollywood as well. West Hollywood is a prime example to where they ended up doing their process where they did not have a location as part of their selection process. They are probably the best example for us to explore on that going forward. I'll be submitting here some files for you to look at, stuff that I've already brought in before, but I want to first start off by saying thank you to City Attorney Webb, who had corroborated what I had brought up last time, that the HDL had presented a solution that was in violation of our ordinance. And it's something that I've been saying for the longest time, that HDL is not the right consultant for us. We spent $50,000 on a consultant to look at our ordinance and tell us we didn't need to have anything changed, and we adopted it as it was. And they gave us a completely unusable selection process that goes against our ordinance. They had a similar issue in the city of Fairfield, where in Fairfield, it got so bad that I brought this up, a year ago plus. So they had to send in a letter here to the city for us. The city manager had shared at the time as to how they messed up. The city actually demanded to have their money back. They were fired by the city and they had their money, their fees returned back. I'd like to suggest that we do the exact same thing here as well too. Get our $50,000 back. Furthermore, I'd like to showcase that the email that I brought up last time that I had sent to Director Forbes earlier this year, where I had also made mention of a grant that I had offered to see if there were going to be ways for us to go ahead and go forward on that. That grant, I was told, was something that we were looking into from our grant writer. I have gotten confirmation from the state that Redondo Beach never actually applied for this. And we have missed out on that application process to where we have missed $200,000 free $200,000 free that we could have gotten here. And we didn't get that. And you can couple that with the fact that tonight's presentation from staff also still didn't even give you the right documentation. This is a complete disaster. I don't know why we would consider going anything further on this stuff. When it comes to the CUP process, there's so much I could say about that, but I'll highlight an example in the city of Fresno. The CUP process worked out perfectly. You had a location that was coming there, the community came out and said this was not good for our community. They actually got that license pulled on that. That was from an operator by the name of Embark. I'll share that with you. You have with me here previously where I gave you a number of reasons, not just the location, but there's a number of other reasons that are going against our ordinance here with the HDL process. We need to look at all of that. I'm going to have to ask if that's all right for another minute on here, but I want to say that above all these problems that we have here, we have solutions. There is a solution, and I want to first bring it up here, and it's worth recognizing. The industry is absolutely in a crisis. It is an existential event right now. As has been reported multiple times, 13-quarter low. This Q1 was a 13-quarter low from the state in collecting tax revenue. We have had 8 consecutive quarters that we have had reduction in our tax revenue at the state level. I want to give some answers, if I may ask for an extension time.
How much time?
1 minute tops.
Okay, motion.
Second.
1 minute.
Thank you. We talk about money that comes in here. I have actual data here you can see. CDTFA reported that in Q2, the statewide, we brought in $1.3 billion in terms of cannabis sales. Keep in mind, this is lower quarter after quarter. When we look at 1,700 retailers statewide, that means on average, a retailer brings in $3.097 million in revenue in a year, which means that if we had a 5% tax in the city here, we'd only be bringing in $154,000 in taxes per operator that we have. That's not really an incentive going in there. But we have a solution that is the best one forward. Allow for delivery coming in here. We have had, as was mentioned, AB 195. We have state regulations that now come in here to clarify. We also have examples from the city of Claremont and Hermosa Beach is coming in here as to how they have done their program to allow outside delivery in here, to where the best solution is we get revenue coming in. We end up not having to worry about a selection process. We end up having to benefit from the taxes coming in and stuff, and we avoid all liability and stuff going forward. And above all else, we have SB 1186 that's going to start in January 1st of next year. If we do not get prepared by this time, we have no local authorization to stop the establishment of delivery companies within our city itself. And we don't even have a tax set up yet. There is so much wrong with this, I can't even express it on there, but I certainly hope you guys will take more time to look into this. Thank you very much.
May I ask you a couple questions?
Please, may I submit this to file as well?
Yeah, motion receive and file.
Second.
So last time you said you might or might not submit an application depending upon someone that gives you a pile of cash to Redondo Beach for cannabis. Does that still remain the same, or do you plan on submitting an application?
I have been offered to now consider taking over, and I've submitted my application at the request of the city as the department's executive director for the city of Los Angeles for their cannabis department. If that comes true, then that will completely exclude me from ever considering having a license here.
Okay.
So that's likely going to be my focus here going forward.
Okay. Do you have experience in the cannabis industry?
Of course.
Yeah. You have a license somewhere?
I do.
And
as we established last time, you've come to visit it.
Yeah, I have. You're right. Everyone else doesn't know that. So, are you? What's your operation like? Are you guys positive? Are you guys good standing with the city, or how's the operation going on over there?
Positive. Well, I guess what else to say on that stuff? The industry itself is struggling. We're in good standing with the city. Operators now approaching the city because taxes in general throughout the state are right now being difficult. So now we're actually looking to see if we can rework that with the city.
You mentioned last time there was a July 31st deadline to pay for taxes and upkeep or payment in full.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys paid in full?
For our taxes with the city, yes.
City and the state?
With the state, no.
Okay. How many other operators in that city are paid in full or not paid in full for the state?
From what we can tell, a large number of them. And if I can add to that as well too, it has now been reported that over 300 retailers in the state have not paid their taxes to the state. That is showing what a failure we're having right now.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
I was just point of clarification. You mentioned our staff and the agenda item. I think they're doing a good job. We all, there's a lot going on here, so we'll get the information we need.
I appreciate it. And forgive me if I'm a little hard on that. It's just, this is something that you all know I've worked on many years here. I'm very diligent. I respect that I get to focus on this alone while you have many other things to do. But at the same time, the consequences of not doing this right are very high. And we've had a consultant that obviously failed us on multiple fronts. Thank you.
Joan Irvine, and then Jim, forgive me, I can't read the last name. So you would be next.
Joan Irvine, District 1. Wow. I am so disappointed on how the city has been handling this dispensary delivery services. It has fostered the growth of the illegal businesses, jeopardizing the health and the safety of our youth and our seniors. And the way it's going, we're not even going to have a dispensary till 26, 27, 28. I mean, this is horrible. We've been working on this for over 6, 7 years. We have been working on this. What the hell is taking so long? But I want to step back for a second because some people with the work that I do have questioned, they said, oh, you go by Dr. Joan and all that. I just want to say I have a BA in psychology. I'm a doctor of clinical hypnotherapy. And a lot of people call me Dr. Joan, and it's become a moniker. So I just wanted to have that back, and I'm going to later do a receive and file. But I want to implore everybody to stop utilizing the scare tactic when it comes to licensing dispensaries, to recognize that it's the illegal market and other youth that are the primary source of cannabis sales to youth, not legitimate businesses. My qualifications to speak on youth safety stems from my extensive experience in online youth safety for age-restricted industries. It's a field I dedicated myself to from 2002 to 2020. So I am pretty damn well experienced with this and on an international basis. As I said, together with Jonathan, we have been advocating for cannabis legalization in Redondo since 2017. We thought we had celebrated the milestone last August. We were just celebrating. We were so happy because you had approved the ordinance. However, the outside company pushed a measure that we ended up defeating, but it delayed things. And unfortunately, this delay has significant cost. Our city missed out on revenue. Jonathan brought up about the tax revenue. He brought up the fact of the grant that we didn't have, and that would have covered our staff salaries and the cost of a reputable consulting firm. We had repeatedly cautioned against using HDL for 6 years, but our warnings were ignored. I mean, I just feel like it's kind of like getting a girl pregnant, encouraging her to have a baby, and then bailing on her at the last minute and expecting her to raise a child on her own. And plus, we're going to be open to more lawsuits. Plus, this has cost us the creation of jobs, and local residents find themselves unable to afford the process. And consultants like myself have suffered a loss of opportunities and income due to these delays. There's a reason why I go out to the desert to try to find work, because I can't do it here. And if I can request a minute, please.
Motion receive, Motion to receive and file, because you got something there?
Yeah.
And to motion to extend time.
Here. Okay. One of the things that's been brought up is education and community outreach, and that's important, and it aligns with my expertise, and I'm delighted to announce that I have a collaboration with the Green Nurses and Holistic Caring to provide a comprehensive program, especially tailored to the 50+, and I'll be engaging with cannabis brands and local businesses to secure funding for this. My printer, I ran out of ink, so I didn't get this printed, but I will send it out to people of the group that I'm working with. And it's a group of nurses and doctors. But based on where we are now, I implore the city to take immediate action to implement cannabis delivery. Jonathan has a proven roadmap that could be operational within just a few months, not years, a few months, that you can be providing people like me. I mean, I am the face of cannabis. This is the face of cannabis. All my friends we talk to, we're not like little hoodies that you think about. So, and also I waive taxes on medical cannabis similar to prescriptions, and keep the tax rates for delivery at the lowest possible to encourage a transition away from the illegal market. But we must continue moving forward with establishing dispensaries too. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
No.
Okay, good.
Mr. Jim?
My name is Jim Sullivan. I'm a licensed dispensary owner up in Los Angeles. And I just want to thank you for the city taking the time and obviously the very difficult task of bringing cannabis into your community. It is an important tool of medicine as well as recreational. I'm walking today because of that. That's why I got into this business back in 2015. I was actually on a walker. I have a thing called spondylitis, and it helped me. You're 100% correct in that the cost of this is not your problem. It's our problem. What your problem is to make sure that you have the proper applicants in the proper location with the proper overseers and with applicants that will cooperate with your police department, your fire department, and your community. Be good neighbors. I think that in our review, there are fewer than 90 buildings in the city that qualify. Out of that 90, there's about 20 that will actually be available for applicants. So I don't think you're going to have hundreds of applicants. I could be wrong. And the people behind me could be very unhappy with me saying that, but the process is lengthy, expensive, and it should be thorough. And I hope that you are thorough, but in a timely manner. Once the process starts, it'll be very important to go to completion for the benefit of both the city, the applicants, and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. You mind if I ask you a few questions? Do you plan on, you're a licensed operator in Los Angeles? City of LA?
I have an active dispensary in Eagle Rock right now.
Eagle Rock, okay. Are you going to plan on adding or getting a license?
Problems. I was a medic in,
Sorry.
in 69 to 71, and I've lost a lot of my hearing, even with hearing aids.
Sorry, sometimes I speak kind of fast. Do you plan on getting a license here in Redondo?
I hope to.
You hope to?
I'm certainly going to be an applicant.
Is your current license, your current business, is it up to date on paying the city of LA with their taxes and in good standing?
Yes, we are.
And with the state?
Yes.
Do you mind saying the name of your business? You don't have to. Do you mind saying the name of your business? You don't have to if you don't want to.
The name of our business?
Yeah.
It's Cloudy with an I, Cloudy Cannabis.
Okay. And you've had your license for how long in Eagle Rock?
It's brand new. We had other licenses in Wildomar and Lake Elsinore, but the current license is this year. So.
Okay. I think you hit the nail on the head when you said proper applicants, proper location, proper operation, be good to the neighbors. So are you saying in your viewpoint when somebody turns in an application, you have the full spectrum of where and how and the type of operation that is going to be?
Yes, and I think anybody that's making application would be foolish not to have all of that in place.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. I don't know any other questions.
All right. Okay, I have one person on Zoom.
And how and the type of
Hi,
that is going to be.
just one second. I need to turn down the audio from the other one. I actually cannot hear any audio on the Zoom at all. So I'm just going to go ahead and
I don't know any questions.
speak, but I don't think
We're going to get that fixed, ma'am.
hold on, I'm muting okay, so there. I'm not sure that you're going to be, I can't hear myself speaking on the Zoom. I'm hoping you can, so I'll just go for it. My name's Courtney. I'm a cannabis attorney and a director of the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. I've represented clients in most of the merit-based application processes across the state, and I've been successful in most of them on behalf of my clients. I'm also a co-owner of a cannabis retail store in the city of Fresno. And I just wanted to comment on a few of the things that were stated by others. And some of these statements I've made before at these meetings, but just wanted to share again. In reference to the comment about Embark's property in Fresno being denied, the reason that property was denied was because it wasn't the original property that they proposed in their cannabis application. That was actually a property they asked the city to allow them to change to, because the one that they had originally picked had some sort of issue. So the prior person who was suggesting that applications should not require a property because you choose a property and then it is somehow doesn't work out really isn't exactly true, especially in this particular situation. The property that Embark lost was not the one that they put into their application. Riverside hasn't finalized their process yet. They're still working through it. While they are suggesting that no property will be required, it's being, receiving as much heavy pushback on that as Redondo is. Corona allowed major stacking. They also allowed LOIs and didn't require that you have a lease. Most landlords, if you enter into an actual lease, will only sign a lease with one person. And this could prevent this price gouging that, folks were speaking about in the last minute where, two people win on the same property and it becomes a battle for who has the most money. Corona has also had no score for their written application. It was 100% based on their interview. And that also is not how Redondo is looking at going through this process. I've drafted and I've won cannabis applications in nearly every city in the state. And I disagree that all applications are cookie cutter. If you are a cannabis business that is successfully operating in today's market, you're not writing a cookie cutter application at this point. You are actually presenting information from your business. And I believe that the city will be able to identify those applicants over others when they're going through the applications. It was also mentioned that whatever you put in your application as far as, a premise diagram or a site plan or architectural renderings are what you have to stick to. And that also isn't true. A lot of times those plans will be altered at the building and planning stage because something might be a little bit off, or a planner wants to see something slightly different with that building and planning design that has been presented. So while we do like to see them the same in the application, it's not always what happens, and the city has discretion. Security plans can be purchased online, but I think those are pretty evident in applications. You can certainly see those that are done well and specific to a property versus those who are not. I really do think that it's crazy not to require some sort of property. And we keep hearing that it's expensive, and I agree it is expensive, but opening a cannabis business is expensive. And with so many companies failing right now, I just really urge the city to take that into consideration when going through these applications and really make sure that the folks who are coming forth with funding actually have the funding necessary. Thank you so much.
Ms. Karen, may I ask you a question?
But I think those are pretty evident.
You there?
You can certainly see
You can't hear me? Oh, she can't hear me at all. Okay.
Again,
Yeah, you can't hear
if
me.
you're asking me a question, I won't be able to hear you. There's a delay.
I'll ask you right now, if you could name a few cities that you feel done right and so a few cities that have done wrong. We'll wait for a few seconds to be able to hear that. And that's all the questions I have.
Really make sure that the folks who are coming forth with funding actually.
Wait, I guess he's not going to be here at all.
Ms. Karen, may I ask you a question?
Oh, here you go.
You there? You can't hear me? Oh, she can't hear me at all. Okay. Yeah, you can't hear me.
Asking me a question, I won't be able to hear you. There's a delay.
I'll ask you right now, if you could name a few cities that you feel done right, so a few cities that have done wrong. We'll wait for a few seconds to be able to hear that. And that's all the questions I have.
I'm not sure if you can hear me speaking or not right now. I hope you
She's
can.
not going to hear it at all.
Okay, it sounds like I see a thumbs up, so I think that means you can. Your question to me was if I knew of any cities that I thought have done a really good job. I think that the city of Fresno, which is where I operate a license, a co-owner, I believe they did a pretty good job with their process. I think West Hollywood did a good job with their process, absent the fact that they didn't require the property. Their process was smooth. Their application just should have required a property because they are still struggling to open some of the businesses now because individuals weren't able to find a property after, they had won the license. I think the city of Ventura actually ran a very smooth process, and it did result in a lawsuit, but not because the process itself wasn't done correctly. The same thing with the city of Oxnard. I believe they ran a very smooth process. There were some folks that came forward and, found aspects of the code that they didn't believe were in line with maybe the way the process, rolled out. And so there were redos in some of these cities and lawsuits that followed, but that doesn't mean that the process itself wasn't done well. I do believe that there are cities doing the process well. It just may not, the results may not be favorable to certain applicants who have the aptitude for suing later. The same thing with the city of Oxnard. I believe they ran a very smooth process. There were some folks that came forward and.
Any more comments on Zoom in the public? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robin Eisenberg. I am not the face of cannabis. I am the mask of cannabis. Anyway, I try not to get up at city council meetings because I'll make 3 minutes of jokes. So I'll try not to. First thing is, I appreciate what the council's doing. I appreciate what city attorney is doing, what city manager's doing. It has to be thorough. You can't get sued. We're sued too much. So I have not seen so many attacks on government since the Republican debate. Seriously, a couple things. First of all, real estate. I'm in commercial real estate. I've been in it for 30 years. And quite honestly, all landlords gouge. What are we kidding? That's what they do. I represent landlords. I represent tenants. I represent a pretzel tenant. They gouge us because there's another kind of pretzel tenant out there. That's what they do. And as far as people passing money, I don't work with clients that do it. And I am from New York, so I've seen it more than others. Everybody does it. I mean, seriously, not everybody, but people are constantly doing that in real estate. Now, I agree with the last woman, even though I can only hear part of it, but there are good operators, there are bad operators. There are people struggling. True, most of the struggle is with people that probably aren't good operators, probably people that aren't paying their taxes. And it's important, a couple things are important. Location is important. It's important because, again, anybody, AI could write, security plans at this point. So location's important because, and I agree with what she said, leases, don't do a letter of intent. Letter of intents are garbage. I get letters of intent all the time. And when I go to lease, people don't agree with the letters of intent. All of a sudden the rent's higher, different things are in the letter of intent. And when you get to the lease, so how about this? Yes, sign a lease with a contingency. And that way the landlord is committed to the lease, because if you don't get the license, then the lease isn't valid. If you do get the license, the lease is valid. So, and there are not a lot of landlords in the city that can rent to cannabis dealers. You can't, especially if you're a bigger commercial developer, you cannot, you're in violation of your loan covenant. If you have a mortgage and you want to lease to a cannabis dealer, you can't. You're in violation of your loan covenant because it's federal. Anyway, that's all I have to say, and I think I only made one joke. Thank you.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
2 jokes.
2 jokes. Thank you.
So are you saying one of the ways we can mitigate the gouging, potential gouging, is to, I don't want to say for us to require a lease, because I don't really necessarily want that, but I'm saying, well, regardless of the application process and the selection process, a way for someone to mitigate the gouging, potential gouging, is for them to sign a lease now, right? For whatever price now.
Yep.
And if they win, they win. If they don't win, they don't win, right?
But the lease has a contingency in it And a lease contingency
That's not
means-
my problem.
Yeah.
I don't
No, but a
care.
lease contingency means if the tenant does not get it.
It gives us, the council and the city,
Yeah, that
the
there's a lease.
ability to have a more concrete platform and saying, this is where this place is going to go, this particular cannabis license. Right? And it's going to get opened, because it's not just a paper license and a paper win. They're going to shop it around, but they actually have something in hand. Is that what you're essentially saying?
Yeah, because they can't shop it. The landlords can't shop it.
Can't gouge it.
Well, they can gouge now because there's only a certain amount of places. And places are, I've seen ads, places are gouging already, pre-gouging. But if you have a lease, you've agreed to the terms. And if you don't get the license, the lease is not valid. That's a contingency.
And you're a commercial leasing agent.
Not really. I'm a consultant. But I've been doing it for 30 years.
Okay, but you deal with commercial leases, so you would know ways to mitigate the gouging possibilities. So
Well, you could do a partnership with the landlord. B, it could be family. Somebody could own the building and their family. There's a couple of ways. You can never really mitigate gouging.
But to the point in questions of, here's 200 grand in this backpack for you, right? Or you're number 5 on the lease, or stacking 5 different applications. This is you're basically what you're saying. To get rid of that, we can have now a lease in place for a potential owner.
You have a lease in place. It's a done deal unless you don't get the license, and then it's kaput.
Yeah, you get a license, you're done. You're out of it.
As far as, plenty of landlords ask for what's called key money, which they do it even in malls. I do a lot of mall leases. And
It's
you
not a
have to
mall.
give them, you have to pay the rest, and you have to give them $50,000 up front.
Yeah, okay.
So that's the way it works. Unfortunately, that's commercial real estate.
Because they can.
Because they can.
Okay.
Except in bad locations.
Yep. Okay, makes sense. All right, thank you.
Ma'am, can you give us your name for the record? Robin? Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have 3 comments. And just double checking here, we have 1. Not sure if they're opposed, it's neutral, I guess. And then we have 1 that support and 1 that opposes. And that's it for the record.
No other comments? All right, so
Might put my hand back up
Oh, you can.
whenever you get a chance.
Councilman Ehrenheim.
All right. Really want to thank everyone for your comments. I think that was really good. The 2 new guys here want to contact me, talk to me anytime. My phone number and email is on the website. More than welcome to. What I'm hearing and seeing, I have a list of all these. One of the reasons why, if anyone's asking why you always ask kind of the same questions, if you're going to open up a license here, if you're an operator, what city do you feel is good or bad, is because, I have my own little list that I'm looking at. And it's funny to actually see, you actually end up seeing a lot of similarities between all these different groups and people that are asking. And you see kind of the nuances here. For instance, West Hollywood, they had well over 100 applications for their city when it comes to cannabis. Well, over 130, 140, 50 or something plus applications. Culver City, I think, ended up being pretty good. The problem with them was very restrictive on their zoning. They just opened up for the first time. Santa Barbara was real good. I really do think the speaker here, Jim, Mr. Sullivan, you said it really well. Proper application with a proper location with a proper operation to be good neighbors. And someone else said that opening a cannabis business is expensive. It is expensive. And one of the things that I've been trying to mitigate here, even though it's not my problem, is the gouging issue. And I think Ms. Eisenberg here, the commercial consultant in real estate here, I think really hit the nail on the head. While it's not our problem, there's ways that they can mitigate that. And for us to be able in the council here to mitigate the risk in a very risky business, to have a good operator is to get someone who has real skin in the game. To city staff, I think we're going to need to own this, I think, clearly, moving forward, right? Unfortunately, we won't have any more outside help. I don't see that happening, unfortunately. I think site control is going to be a real key point here. We should marry that. We want people ready to go. And I think this is a point that hasn't really been talked about yet tonight, which is we can't, if we award a license to someone to go shop, but we can't say we're going to be open in 6 months or 7 months. So when it comes to issues of traffic and security and parking, path of travel, we talked a lot about schools, and a lot of people are pro delivery only, and that's because there's the risk of the unknown of where the location is going. I am in full from what I've been hearing today, to start the process, start marrying up, have the city attorney looking up at marrying or harmonizing the selection process that we have moving forward. If we can put those two questions that we have up there. And to the council, we can, nothing's set in stone here. We can put display on for those two questions that we need to answer. We're just moving the process forward. I think it's really key, really important, because like the speaker said, we've been at this for 7 years, and trust me, I've been trying to move this forward for just as long since I've been here. It is frustrating. So I don't see, I made my amendments last time for the application process and the guidelines. I'll have to trust those. I don't have those in here. I don't have those, but I trust that they were in there. I had to make concessions. It wasn't exactly what I wanted. But I would make a motion for, okay, what is the direction for preparation and resolution to establish additional process integrity guidelines? Does that just mean for the selection process?
Yeah, the blackout period, basically, much like we did with our solid waste handling RFP. It's important that we, if you want us to implement that type of blackout period, we need to prepare a resolution to do that, codify that.
Before I move forward, is there any way we can get some of this into closed session regarding the potential lawsuits regarding the selection process, to talk about things that we can deal with internally? Or actually public safety, actually more of a public safety issue, because I know there's key exceptions regarding public safety.
Of a government building. I'll look at it. Off the top.
It's just government building.
Yeah, and you can only go in, you couldn't have your community development director in there. It's limited to like police chief, that sort of thing. The board of supervisors got in trouble by having Governor Brown in closed session to discuss that. And then they changed the law and added governor, which is a benefit when you're the governor, I guess. So I'll look at that. I don't think so. We don't have an active threat of litigation. We just have acknowledgement from everybody that
we will be sued.
Yeah, that we may face it. But I'll look at it. But off the top of my head, I don't think we can do so.
Okay, so I would make a motion to direct the city attorney's office to look at the process that we have agreed to so far, and review our ordinance to harmonize what parts need to be harmonized for us, to, I don't want to use cities. I'm fine with the way the guidelines that we selected last time. So I think I'd leave it. And then is there any other selection that we need passes for selection process? If we're fine with the selection here.
Yeah, the only thing I heard tonight that might be something of consideration would be moving away from the LOI to a lease prerequisite. That would certainly put more power in the hands of the landlords today. We'd go from potentially two applications per site to one at that point, because the lease would only be allowed with one group at a time.
That would be in the point system, right? So we could assign points to somebody who has no lease or has a LOI or has a lease signed.
Yeah, that would be the other way to do it, is you could tier it to say the site plan, you would award more points to a site plan that includes a lease over a letter of intent, or potentially even ownership of that matter. But we could do it that way through subjective evaluation of the two. But that was, I thought, an interesting point that was made. It would pre-screen the number of applications we'd have to review.
Yeah, I don't want to end up with 100 applications or 60 applications. It's then you increase your risk. So yeah, that's want to keep it there for now, and then I don't know you guys want to have any more thoughts, and we can.
I do. I think we got to start from scratch, basically square one. We've got this process from HDL that I have no confidence in for the reasons we've talked about. I want to move to a much more objective process. I'd like the staff to take a look at that and the city attorney to review these legal issues before we start marrying up the ordinance with a process that may be fundamentally flawed. And in the interim, I'd like staff to look into AB 195 as to how we could do a bridge potentially on collecting taxes now on deliveries. So at this point, I want to take the time to do it right. So that would be my competing idea.
You said something in the beginning there, the second sentence regarding the issues or lawsuits. So the second sentence there, you talked about the potential lawsuits or lawsuits?
Potential lawsuits.
For whom? For where?
You asking what I just said?
Yeah.
So to have city staff go back and look into redoing this selection process in a much more objective manner. I don't have confidence in what HDL has done for reasons that have been discussed tonight. And then at the same time, have our city attorney examine the legal issues that he hasn't had an opportunity to do regarding cannabis application processes in the state, and report back to us on that with his recommendations. And in the interim, have city staff look into AB 195 and potentially collecting taxes from existing cannabis deliveries into the city of Redondo Beach.
What
would be my competing idea?
Okay. What facts do you have that puts HDL in any type of category where there might have issues with? I don't have any issues. I have full faith in their system. They've done all over the state. So what facts do you have to show that HDL is not reliable?
The only facts I have is what they've presented us, which is a process that's fundamentally flawed, that has too much subjectivity, and may not be the right way to go. So that's my main concern. And they're not here to stand by their work product. They've left. And so yeah, that's why I don't have.
They completed their contract. Do you know the work that HDL does for us?
I mean, I don't offhand. I'm just telling you what my competing proposal is.
I'm just trying to figure out, because I have a lot of faith and trust in HDL.
Okay.
Because I don't know, city manager.
Yeah.
Can you explain? I learned a lot when I was here. I didn't know who they were at all.
There's been a lot. I mean, HDL, I think, has gotten a lot of different critiques over this process. I will say this. I've said it from the get-go, whether it's understood clearly or not. HDLs, they work for municipalities. They work for cities. That's their sole client base. That's always what gave me confidence in their ability to support our process. Now, I can't tell you if AJ borrowed from Corona or West Hollywood or Fresno or Ventura or all of the above in suggesting what they suggested to us. I know that there were options, and I know we vetted those options and we tried to marry them against council's direction to provide a process that we felt made sense. Up until phase 4, I would argue there is fairly good objectivity in the criterion. Phase 4 obviously puts the final selection in the hands of the council. But what I would say is that is based on staff's recommendations and evaluation of the applicants that have been presented. So you wouldn't be making that decision blind. Now, you could clearly go against the selection committee's recommendations, pull out and choose somebody else and perhaps create some level of legal jeopardy. I do think that's worth, the city attorney investigating and following up on and working with us to ensure that we've covered and mitigated our risk as best we can. But I don't think there's any debate that we're going to engender risk by approving a process and moving forward. I mean, that's just a fact.
Let me ask you this about HDL. What services do they provide for us, and what are they allowed to get from the state of California that very few or if any other vendors are allowed to have?
Well, what they do,
because I think what people don't understand is this is not their main business work for the city and what they do and how actually trusted they are in the city and how much we rely. Because I get the reports and I see it.
Yeah, HDL, it candidly was a little surprising to see HDL get into this space 5, 6, 7 years ago because their core competency is sales tax and property tax analysis and consulting services for municipalities. They have access to the CBA database. They pull that data.
What's that data?
The Business Franchise Tax Board, the data that they collect, Department of Finance that they pull from all municipalities in garnering sales tax information. They share that with their clients, and they are able to educate us on how each business is performing within our community. They also do that for property tax collection. So that's their core competency. They've been a client of Redondo Beach's for long before I got here. I mean, well over 2 decades. They've represented every city I've ever worked for, and most that I'm aware of. They have a great long-standing relationship with cities in that area. Cannabis was kind of a new venture for them. And obviously, had they had the resources to help with selection, I would have recommended to you that we probably continue on with them to help us with that. Now, to the point, we are going to be going it alone. So I couldn't agree more that we need to have a process that is objective as possible and that ideally pre-screens as many applicants as possible, that we're starting with the best right out of the gate. So we don't have to spend time sifting through potential poor operators. Obviously, there's debate as to how we get there and what we use as a filter. I think there's been a lot of thought put into phases 1 through 3 and how we make these choices. It sounds to me like we need to come back and revisit the buffer maps to educate the current council so they understand fully where applications could occur. If there's any follow-up item to me that's still worth debating, it's how many points are assigned to the site plan itself. And location specific, and whether or not we allow 2 applications per property or 1, we pre-require leasing versus LOI, whatever that might be. Those to me are kind of the final decisions here. I believe what HDL has given us is at least something we can build off of, and I think with a little bit of harmonization with our ordinance, we can tighten up, and with some legal review, we'll know that we have some level of risk. We absolutely are going to have risk with this process, and I mean, I'm hearing conflicting things from the community that's been somewhat supportive of retail. I mean, to move exclusively to delivery sounds to me like we should abandon our retail license process altogether and just move in a completely different direction. So that I'm having a tough time reconciling as we put a lot of time and energy into this. The reason it's taking so long is because it's a difficult decision. It's going to create risk. It's hard. These are hard choices. Somebody's going to be unhappy. Somebody's going to sue us. Somebody's going to lose. Somebody's going to win. A landlord's going to make a lot of money. That's going to happen. I mean, we just got to be honest about that. There's not going to be perfect here. This is not going to be a perfect outcome.
Yes.
And if we want to do this, we're going to have to take risks. That's the fact.
Yes.
And what I would say is if there's this, some level of ongoing debate between the 3 of you and we can't coalesce around a direction, I would say table the conversation until we have the full council here. It's kind of silly to send us off into whatever direction it's going to be if it's not going to be supported by your other 2 colleagues in the mayor. I think we're wasting our time.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're spot on. We have to be as objective as possible and pre-screen as much as possible to work hand in glove with our city attorney to reduce that risk. We need to take our time and do it right and explore as a bridge and maybe continuing collecting taxes via AB 195. So let's do it right. We've come this far. Let's make it more objective. Let's pre-screen and let's get legal input so that, it's not shoot, ready, aim, or we look back a year from now and say, well, I wish we'd had legal take a better look at this. So that's all I'm suggesting.
So I'll make a motion then to look at
Can I?
Can I just pause for a second? I don't think either of your motions had
I
a
didn't get a
second.
second. No,
And I
you
don't
didn't make a
think yours-
motion.
I
made a motion, I
okay,
didn't get a second, yeah.
okay. I thought he had made a motion, if he didn't.
That's the motion, I could repeat it. It would be to have city staff review the proposed guidelines to make them more objective and to pre-screen as much as we can, have the city attorney do a legal review of cannabis selection processes, and work with staff to ensure that what we come back with reduces risk, per the city manager's suggestion, and have staff look into, as we previously discussed, utilizing AB 195 to collect taxes from existing delivery into the city. Is that clear enough for a motion, or does it need more?
It's clear.
Okay. Is there a second?
I guess maybe I have a clarifying question on that.
Yeah.
It seems like the debate is kind of going between, are we going to amend our application process or are we going to amend our ordinance? Is there a scenario where we could have?
We need to harmonize.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So is there a scenario where we could ask staff, like, if we were going to keep our ordinance as is, what would this application process look like? And if we were going to, keep our current proposed application process, what would we need to change in our ordinance?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could lay that out for you even more plainly if you'd like. Whatever path we choose, we've got to make sure that the two tick and tie. I mean, we're strongly recommending that. So that's why I'm not so hung up on, how the ordinance reads right now. I want to make sure that the council is fully bought into the process, right? We'll bring the ordinance back for tweaking once we're bought into the process. But right now, we're not, as a
That's my
group,
question.
bought
It's
into the
like,
process.
should we be tweaking the ordinance or should we be tweaking that's my question.
Well,
Like,
that's your call.
Yeah.
That's the central question.
I don't think we
that
have
you
that information.
So Councilman Nierenheim, in his motion, is we should be tweaking the ordinance because he's satisfied with the permit process as you discussed last time, what you solidified. What I hear Councilman Barrett saying is he's not satisfied and he wants a deeper review to determine whether we should modify the process.
Correct.
Or modify the ordinance, and he wants a bridge in permitting collection from deliveries in the meantime. And I don't know yet what, there hasn't been a second, so it could be a motion, or if there's a second, it could be a substitute motion. So that's what I am hearing.
Okay.
And perhaps maybe I'll suggest this, given that it's only three of you tonight. Maybe, because again, I don't want us to spend a lot of time on something that full council isn't going to support or that is going to survive a veto. So perhaps what we do is we re-agendize this conversation with, well, just a second, with a little bit more information on AB 195, right? We flag for you the current conflicts with the process and our ordinance, so we know at least what those look like specifically. I think it's really largely in that one area. I don't think it's super complicated. And then secondarily, on a high-level basis, perhaps we can suggest some additional objective criterion that might assuage some of the risk that has been brought up tonight. But I don't want to give direction, have us tasked with work that your other three colleagues are going to go, wait a minute, we already gave you direction to do something different. That's what I don't want to do tonight, because we're shorthanded, as we know. So I think we can take your input tonight collectively and try to come back with maybe an advanced conversation that's probably a little bit like what we had tonight, but with a little bit more detail that perhaps the full council can coalesce around as a next step. I'm struggling to do a lot of work until we have that follow-up conversation with the rest of the council.
Yeah, it points well taken. It seems pretty non-controversial just to do these things that we're talking about that we just discussed, and look at making this more objective and pre-screening as much as possible. I mean, check. Having the city attorney do his review, which there was a motion on that was approved back in May, check. Review AB 195 for the collection, check. So we're not talking about revising the ordinance. I mean, this is like, just let's get that moving. We'll come back, have a broader discussion when we have that information and have the tools to work on that. So that's the only formal direction I'm trying to give in a motion.
Yeah. I'm guessing, I'm sort of suggesting that that's kind of what we would do as a natural course here, whether, you know, with or without a motion, that's probably the next logical step because we've got to educate the full council here.
Well, with the clarity, I mean, I will second that motion.
Okay. Roll call.
So, well, hold on. When you guys come back with that, you're going to just look at then what our current process is and ordinance and issues and how to harmonize the two, right? If there's any, where the issues are.
Well, no, we'll flag,
That was, if I'm misunderstanding, that was your motion. His motion is, I'm looking at, I will look at, for example, every ordinance that you mentioned, Culver City and Santa Barbara. I'll look at Riverside. I'll look at West Hollywood, Fresno. I'll look at all of them and I'll contact their city attorneys and figure out what the litigation history is. I'll check with Ventura and Oxnard, which were spoken highly of, but then they still got sued. So I'll be casting a wider net with Councilman Barron's motion than I would with yours, which I like for the simple less work, which is, no, I'm just being facetious, but which would just, you know, change the ordinance to be consistent with the process.
And what we would do on our end is look for additional objective criteria from those same ordinances that perhaps we could add to the list and or ways we might be able to do additional pre-screening and pre-qualification so we can reduce the number of applications we're ultimately going to receive. I really want to do that. Now, given the reality that HDL is no longer our partner, I don't want Elizabeth and our team to evaluate 150 applications. If we can find legal ways to advance the meritocracy and skip that step, we're going to propose those as part of the criterion.
Okay.
Fair.
Okay, that works
All
for
right,
me.
roll call vote. Councilman Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilman Barrett.
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
All right. Do we need a closed public hearing? What's the next?
No, there's no public hearing. We're going to the next item.
Next
Just for
item.
discussion. So nothing
Discussion.
to-
Yeah, we'll just bring.
That's why I'm not mayor pro tem. in case you're-
And there's nothing to read because there's no ordinance.
Just in the same.
Okay.
All right. Item N2, discussion and possible action on the
I'm sorry, could I make a motion for an 8-minute break? We'll come back at 9:50.
8 minutes, 9:50. Okay.
Second.
I think there's sandwiches.
All in favor?
Aye.
There's some.
Okay, there we go.
All right, we ready?
I need to do roll call.
All right, can we do roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein absent. Councilmember Obaji absent. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Brandt absent. And Acting Mayor Pro Tem Kalu Jedovic.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, so we are on to N2, discussion and possible action on the preparation of a coastal development permit application for permanent outdoor dining decks in the Riviera Village. And policy direction on existing COVID-related temporary use permits. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Acting Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So yeah, this item is to talk about the outdoor dining decks down in Riviera Village, as well as the temporary use permits. And this is related to, can we share the, sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's freezing.
It's cold in here.
I'm warm. I got an extra jacket on. No, it's cold.
You ready to go?
Oh, well, hello.
Okay, we're good to go. Okay. All right. So this item is to talk about the outdoor dining decks that had been established in Riviera Village during COVID, as well as the COVID-related temporary use permits that businesses use for outdoor operations during COVID and next steps. This is a full background of what happened. March of 2020 is when COVID hit. California stay-at-home order was issued. Restaurants were closed to indoor dining. In May of 2020, the state of California had granted LA County a waiver, so it allowed restaurants to open under limited dining operations. It was mainly outdoor. The city council also authorized issuing temporary use permits for outdoor operations of businesses on private property and waiving the fee for the TUP. The Coastal Commission granted an initial waiver to reduce the parking spaces for use as outdoor dining on June 30th of 2020. And then the city issued the initial special event permit to Riviera Village Association, the bid, to use those spaces, and the bid coordinated then directly with the businesses. Through the fall of 2020 to the fall of 2021, extensions were granted both by the Coastal Commission to continue the waiver, as well as we would get those extensions, we were extending the special event permit with the bid. Sometimes it was making some corrective changes. In October of 2021, the governor signed Assembly Bill 61, which extended the COVID-related waivers through December 21st of 2023. And what that did was allowed the Coastal Commission to really think about how can they work with municipalities, or how can municipalities apply to them for the permanency of dining decks while still providing coastal access. And then in March 31st of 2022, the state of California's emergency order ended. So we still have these temporary use permits that had been authorized, yet we haven't yet addressed how to move forward with those businesses and whether or not to allow them to continue those uses. As far as the dining decks, I'm going to go through that first, and then I'll go to the temporary use permits. With the dining decks, we're looking at a two-step process. Step one would be an interim use of the parking spaces for dining decks. The dining decks would be limited to the areas that are currently being utilized. They'd be processed as encroachment permits, so it'd be directly with the businesses instead of through the special event permit with the bid. There'd be policies and procedures that would be similar to what we utilize for our sidewalk dining permits for for reviewing those applications. We do need to submit to a coastal development permit application to the California Coastal Commission for their approval. We would describe that layout for where the dining decks would be allowed. We do have that mapping of how it's been reduced and refined over the course of the last 3 years. And then we provide the procedures on qualifying a restaurant and the construction standards. The current construction materials were really meant to be an interim measure. And so this would give a more substantial and more permanent construction, as well as address issues with any stormwater flow that we discovered in that first year of COVID. And then as well, the coastal development permit application would describe the measures that we would implement to minimize effects on coastal access. So we have already installed additional bicycle parking. We put even more bicycle parking and locate the areas to install that. We'd be promoting the pier parking and utilizing, there's a transit connection between the pier and Riviera Village. So really promoting that and working on that as more of a program to encourage people, hey, come and, check out the pier, park there. You can take the transit down to Riviera Village and then come back up. And then also looking at rideshare pickup and drop off. So that's the step one. That's an interim the interim timeframe we're looking at is probably about 5 years if step 2 is to be implemented, and I'll go into that one. So step 2 would be a permanent roadway reconfiguration where there, in the long run, there'd be no use of parking for dining decks because it would end up being moved. How the reconfiguration of the roadway would happen is it would end up moving the any dining areas outside of the roadway itself and onto a more widened sidewalk. The Metro Board approved in September 2023 $4 million of Measure M regional grant funding for the city to prepare environmental documents, plans, specifications, and an estimate for creating a more complete street concept for Catalina Avenue. And I will show you images of that very conceptually. And the reconfiguration would include improving pedestrian access and mobility by widening sidewalks, enhancing bicycle mobility by installing protected Class 4 bike lanes adjacent to the curb, increase and upgrade bicycle parking within the proposed wider sidewalks, improve vehicular circulation by converting angled parking into parallel street parking, be bolstering the stormwater drainage and alleviating surface flooding during rain events, promoting and developing better public transportation access to Riviera Village, increasing that transit line, the stops on that transit line that I had mentioned, maybe even looking at having the termination point in the Torrance Circle area so it's even closer to the pier. And then also considering reconstructing the low-level parking structure in Riviera Village at that triangle parking lot to offset and possibly even increase the available parking in the village. I think that's probably the more grand scale option, but these are the different concepts in that permanent roadway reconfiguration step. And then also, while completing the design, the city will seek eligible construction funding to complete the improvements. And if this reconfiguration is approved and constructed, it will shift any outdoor dining facilities behind the curb, so it's no longer located in the parking areas. And here's the image. This is very conceptual, but you can see the existing conditions. You have the parallel parking, very, very wide travel lanes, but narrower sidewalks. A lot of that angled parking is, already being utilized for the dining decks. So the proposed concept down on the lower image would have the wider sidewalks, has the bicycle parking, has the dining in the sidewalk area, so it's outside of the travel lanes, has that protected Class 4 bike lane, then parallel parking, and then the travel lanes. And the travel lanes are still a regular width, so at 11 feet, whereas currently they're 20-foot width travel lanes. And that's you can almost fit 2 travel lanes in each one of those. So this is conceptually what we would be looking at in that step 2 process.
Can I ask a question about that proposed? The class 4 bike lanes, would that be just part of this proposed concept? Is that part of a larger metro-funded bike lane? What's the connection, if any?
Yeah, maybe a couple of points that need to be made before we jump into the TUP. These are concepts that would be studied theoretically, right? What we're really talking about and applying for grant funds, and our hope is that Metro will fund all of this analysis, these concept drawings, and help us evaluate the efficacy of these ideas. Is that if for some reason the analysis doesn't show that they're viable, then we don't necessarily have to execute what would be proposed here. This is an exploration more than a commitment. But what I can say has always been a goal of the not just the city but the bid is to find a way to expand the sidewalk, right, with the hydrology standpoint, maintain vehicle travel lanes, and find a way to mitigate whatever lost parking occurs by doing that. So that would be the primary goal. Now, whether or not class 4 bike lanes or some other version of bike lanes are ultimately going to be needed given the right-of-way widths, that'll be determined through the analytical exercise. That's not set in stone. And one thing that needs to be made very clear is in none of these circumstances are we proposing to eliminate the vehicular circulation. This isn't a road diet. This isn't us converting vehicle lanes to bicycle lanes. This is us finding a way to fit potentially all these uses inside of what is a very wide right-of-way right now on a go-forward basis. And ideally, use Metro funds to study that as opposed to our own.
Thanks for that clarification. The width of the road here that's conceptualized for Catalina Avenue, does that match up to the width all the way down Catalina Avenue for the entire proposed project area?
Yes.
Well, but time out, between Avenue I and Palos Verdes Boulevard.
Which is that what's being proposed here?
Yes, that's what we're looking at. We're not looking at all of Catalina.
Right.
And we're not looking at proposing single lane or class 4 bike lane north of Avenue I. This is within Riviera Village only.
Within, and what's the distance within? Is that a quarter mile, half mile, 3/4, 1?
A little bit, yeah. Between a quarter and a half mile. Right?
Okay.
Maybe just slightly more than a quarter mile.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and with this, what this demonstrates with this concept is that all of these could fit within the framework of what the existing right-of-way width is. So then also we had the emergency temporary use permits. These were issued for outdoor dining, outdoor business operations during the emergency orders. The emergency order was lifted last year. Many of these TUPs are still actively being used. There are quite a few that aren't. There were hair salons and barbers and that in those immediate first few months, they needed to have some way of operating. They were able to move back inside. They're not operating outside. So the full list that I gave you in the agenda packet has everything that was issued. Many of those are not even being utilized. And we need to work on refining that to seeing which ones are still being utilized. Very similar to what we did with the refining of the dining decks, which are the ones that are actually being utilized. But with that, we need to have some policy direction on what the city council wants to do related to these TUPs. A lot of them are taking up designated parking spaces that were issued during the conditional use permit or otherwise a requirement for their parking. Are there other regulations you want to put in place? Do you want to modify, look at modifying the code what are the rules that you'd want to set for any kind of outdoor continued outdoor use of that business, because it is additional square footage. Even though it's outdoor square footage, it is additional that's being utilized compared to what would have been approved on the indoor. So with the, for tonight, the current discussion and action, the biggest thing is the request of City Council to authorize the staff to prepare and submit the coastal development permit for that step 1 interim. The dining decks in the roadway. And then the next would be discussing the future of the temporary use permits and providing direction to staff. I think the first one, the authorizing the staff to prepare and submit the coastal development permit, that's very, there's a deadline to that, right? So we have till the end of 2023 that our waiver has been extended by that bill that the governor signed. So after the end of this year, we wouldn't be able to do that if we haven't been, working on with the Coastal Commission on the coastal development permit.
Do we need approval by the end of the year or submission by the end of the year?
That's a little unclear. I think at the end of the day, the waiver is extended through December. It's possible that coastal, by way of policy, would extend that our waiver or permit beyond that for current use. We feel confident that if we submit our formal CDP and are working progressively towards a solution here, there's very real likelihood that they'll allow us to at least continue what's in place today and then build the interim step when ready. Their reaction has been positive thus far. And that's a point I want to back up on. The reason for the 2-step process isn't to start to pre-commit our thinking to the step 2 outcome. It's to help the commission understand that we are proposing this CDP as really the 5-year plan. The longer term plan is something that won't require a waiver of parking or an offset of parking because we'll have found more permanent solutions that provide for any spaces that are lost because they'll have relocated to a aggregated structure over at the triangle or through other creative ways. We will have offset the roughly 50 spaces that are currently occupied by the dining deck. So we're showing the step as a good faith effort to ultimately make the Coastal Commission more comfortable with our exercise here and our intention. We're not pre-committed to executing step 2 in any way, shape, or form, right? It's a grant application. We get it. We study it. At the end of the day, it's an engineering capital project like any other. The community, the bid, others will participate in, and we'll make a determination as to whether or not it's worth a permanent installation. And frankly, we'll need another round of grant funding to build the pedestrian sidewalk, to make the right-of-way changes, and to ultimately build whatever additional parking is necessary to offset the loss. So multi-step, multi-year exercise. Our first goal really is for us as a community to be confident to proceed with the 5-year dining deck program under this interim model that was just laid out and to authorize that effort. We think it's a logical plan. And we think it's fully supported by the businesses that are down there, at least to our knowledge. And then secondarily, you don't have to get hung up on the TUP conversation tonight. It's really meant to sort of plant a seed to let the council know we've been favorable to businesses. We've tried to help them continue to operate locations that have been successful, that have not received a lot of complaints. I'm aware of a couple of TUPs that on occasion we will receive a complaint from neighbors or residents for. I think eventually we're going to have to bring those forward and have those either individually considered by the Planning Commission and the council, or we're going to need to eventually phase out of the TUP and move on to the more permanent traditional conditions use of their private property. So we don't have to resolve that tonight. It's just meant to begin thinking about the TUPs in your respective districts, understand what feedback you've received from your constituents, and then help inform us as to locations that might be viewed as problematic, so to speak. So that's the purpose for bringing that forward tonight.
Those are the temporary use permits. And are there any in District 5? You mentioned our constituents.
Yeah,
Probably not as many. A lot of them were along, more the commercial corridors of Artesia, some on PCH. I'd say, it's a few on Catalina. and if you look at the list, you can easily see that a lot of those are still not active, but there are some that are still being utilized. And that's what will be our next step as staff, is to kind of whittle that down so that you'll have a more detailed, like these are the still active TUPs that are being utilized.
I mean, the council as just a general policy direction could say, hey, look, phase these things out as quickly as you can provide notice and kind of shut them down, because we just don't believe that they have any long-term history here or future. Yeah. The other side could be, hey, listen, if you're not getting a lot of complaints on a side-by-side basis, maybe you talk to the businesses themselves, see if there's creative ways to perhaps bring forward more formal permit requests or applications in front of the commission that would allow them to continue to operate on a go-forward basis, or perhaps for additional interim periods. And then there's everything in between. So it's, again, this is let's start thinking about what we want to do with these TUPs. Some are more problematic than others. Several are operating, and you might look at them today and go, oh, that's a TUP? Well, it seems like it's just part of the business now.
And that's the list on, I think, page 1601 of the agenda packet of the businesses that are.
It's just a real basic, just the list of
list.
the businesses, and it had the restaurants and then the non-restaurant businesses.
I think there's a couple in District 5, and to your point, some of them are in parking lots, and maybe you'd even know that they were a TUP.
Right.
So, okay,
Right.
Thanks.
That's it.
Wait, that's it? Okay, I was going to ask. Oh, sorry.
Councilman
Sorry.
Nierenheim, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I was going to ask you, a lot of the list here, you kind of answered it. How many of these are still going? I mean, I see Backstreet Lounge on here. I see Mama D's doesn't exist
Right, that's
anymore.
not
Yeah,
even
Mama
there,
D's
right.
is out.
Yeah. How many of these are actually still working? And that's yeah.
That's our next step as
Okay.
staff. Mhm.
Okay. First of all, I want to say to Public Works Director Simon, I know you've been a big part of this. Big thank you. I'll tell you, the Riviera Village, number one question from the Riviera bid is, well, what are we going to do with this? Going to continue on moving forward? And what's the plan? How are we going to pay for this? How are we going to design this? How are we going to build this? So I really like what I'm seeing. And I think what's really good about this on Avenue I, that design that you had up there, was it incorporates, thank you, perfect. That incorporates a community where people can easily go there 24/7. It's a fair system for restaurants to utilize the outdoor dining. It integrates the biking, which is huge, bike parking, which is big. I think I read in the report where this would not take out amount of parking spots.
It won't utilize, I mean, you're going from the angled parking to parallel, so there will be a total reduction in what was there pre-COVID. However, a lot of the, more than what will be reduced is already going to be utilized for the phase, the step one, right? The interim, it's already being utilized for the dining
I think the way to
decks.
answer would be in comparison to what we have today available for parking, it's probably no change to go to the parallel model. But as you know, the Coastal Commission will evaluate it against the pre-COVID count, and yes, it would be a reduction. The parallel parking solution would be a reduction compared to the angle parking pre-COVID. And the idea would be those 40 to 50 spaces would be recaptured somewhere else in the village, in the triangle, or through a structure or the like.
And I think also the other components that we'll include in the coastal development permit application, the transit, pier parking and the transit, it's less than 1.5 miles from the pier down to Riviera Village. It's, if the more you can promote that and have that, it's really kind of a rubber tire trolley kind of system, right? So it's really, the more you can promote that, that's one example. The additional bicycle parking will help, as well, having pickup drop off of rideshare and finding the locations for those. Those are the things that the Coastal Commission staff are looking for. Yes, they do want to see replacement parking, but they're recognizing that that doesn't have to be the end all be all in order to approve something.
So I go through the TUP here, and the TUPs that have been issued for the businesses here in the coastal zone, they take up some of the parking on the private parking side. That's going to be replaced as well, somehow, right? Or no?
If the TUPs are permanentized, yeah.
The TUPs are permanentized. So we'll need to come up with a plan for that as well on each individual location. And we're going to have a master ordinance, I guess, that really addresses that. And
Or at least a master CDP that shows surplus parking has been achieved somehow, right? Like we've provided offset parking at an alternative spot, or we've answered the net loss question through creative transit solutions. We're going to have to build that case. You're absolutely right that if we proceed with permanentization of the TUPs, we will need to account for that parking as well.
Right. So in which case, like the Riviera Village, the businesses, Rockefeller, Friends of the Vine, they would need parking. And so the parking garage subterranean
could help support that.
Create a massive support for that.
At least give us a strategy as it pertains to an application with coastal.
Right. Okay. And I'm fine with that. I've already let certain people know about that when they start thinking about that, because it's a big deal, right? Coastal access, parking, it's a big issue. When it comes to then noise and noise issues, we're going to have to modify our noise ordinance in time, something, and deal with that regarding the temporary use permits for.
Or bring them back forward through an on-site CUP that would be specific to their location, potentially, right? It would likely have to work in concert with their other business hours and what has been granted to them under their current CUP for operation.
I look at Hudson House, they've done a great job. I'm not the council member of that district, obviously, so.
No, that's a great example.
I don't know of any real issues there, but it's been a great boon for them.
Yeah, I mean, Friends of the Vine, same thing. I've not even heard a
There's
single.
no residential direct line.
Yeah, exactly. Different location, not heard one complaint. It's each location's unique, and that's, I think, the beauty of potentially a CUP or an application process. The commission and the council can evaluate those business requests on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I see good stuff as a TUP, but I think all they really have is a dining garden park right out front.
They used to have a TUP. I think now they don't have it anymore.
Okay.
We have one at Edith Joe's across the street. It's another example.
That's going, yeah. Okay. I really like the way this is going. I think the grant, the $4 million grant, so I can really go out there and say, if we got a $4 million grant to design this for the Riviera Village, that's huge.
Yeah,
it's massive.
Have we received word on that yet, Ted? No, it's going to the board this month. Yeah, board is going to vote on that this month, so we'll know. We'll certainly report to council as soon as we hear.
And how long do we kind of expect, what's the time for, I don't think we don't know yet time for what design, if we were to win that this month, approximately what's the time frame for design and
we got to come back with a funding agreement. We'd have to come back with a civil contract to do the design work. We would do that through an RFP. So, well, maybe not necessarily. Well, it's a pretty good sized contract. We probably would. So realistically, to have it done.
Because you got to do environmental work.
Yeah, so 2 years to actually have the analysis completed. We probably have the contract underway in, 8 months.
Okay. Okay,
Something
so
like
they have to rebuild those parklets to last.
Yeah, I
3
think
years.
that's why I think 5 years is the right number.
5 years.
It's a legitimate 5-year solution. And it may be that the way they're constructed still requires some level of maintenance, 2.5, 3 years in, I don't know. But
Right.
Ideally, yeah, they're a 5-year solution.
Okay. Listen, I think this is going to be amazing for Riviera Village and for the city as a whole, for the TUPs. It's been nothing but a huge success. I think all these places, Georgia's on, aviation there. They've done a great job.
That's another good example.
Yeah. And I see that people are happy with it. People are using different modes of transportation. I think we should be able to support this. And I'm super stoked to see Metro funding these changes. These are significant changes, a real big win from the COVID time when we went through this, and movement towards that parking garage with hopefully a outdoor, play living area space.
Yeah, if we could pull all that off with grant funding.
Great direction.
It'd be amazing.
Okay, so I'll listen to the public, and I got a motion I can make.
Any public comments on Zoom, in person?
And then into four, you comment, and three, four, and one.
Okay.
Councilman Barrett, you're good?
I did have a question for staff. What's the potential downside to doing any of these items?
Well, the TUP, if you look on an isolated basis, there could be locations where businesses are occupying outdoor private parking areas that are adjacent to residential. There could be noise concerns in those same locations. If the area is impacted from a parking standpoint, there could be complaints about parking access. That's kind of the downside of the TUP. I mean, I think to the point that Councilman Ehrenheim made, most of our locations at this point are pretty well received with maybe a few exceptions. As it pertains to the two-step process, I don't see any downside to us proceeding with the two-step. I mean, we have no commitment to ultimately build the second step if we're fortunate to get there. I mean, if we can grant fund significant public works improvements like that, I think there's a solution to be found through the design. It may not be exactly as you laid out, or as you saw laid out there, but there's a solution out there for us. And if it can be grant funded, I think we'd want to pursue it in whatever final form that takes. And certainly applying for the interim solution, there's no downside. I mean, we have full buy-in from the community. The decks that we have today have really been, I'd say downsized to the appropriate level. And there's still some conversation about whether or not
For any of the decks that are in the public
that are in the
right
public
away.
right away, yeah, that are inside the curb line, as in actually out in the street.
On the street.
If, there might be a few locations where we could tighten them up even further and the businesses wouldn't miss it. I think about near the Bruco and other locations, but in working with the bid, we've got a pretty good model now.
Okay.
So to me, I just think this is nothing but a positive, candidly. I think these are all, and I really applaud engineering and community development, Waterfront really working on trying to find a longer term solution here. And just so you know, this project, you see Greg in the background, he's going to inherit the dining deck application with Brandy's departure. We're trying not to load Sean up too much. So we're excited about this. Love to see these decks approved by Coastal for a longer period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to authorize staff to prepare and submit coastal development permits for step one, continue to pursue the Metro funding, and update the temporary use permits to see who's currently using them, and provide input at strategic plan for people who are currently using them, ways to permanentize them, and the impacts. We can mitigate that at the time of strategic plan, so we can deal with that.
Think about solutions, sure.
Yeah, because it's not immediately.
Yeah, we don't need to jump on it right now.
No. And I mean, we don't have to go to step two for deal with that anytime now. And then continuously reach out to the bid and the current businesses that have the TUPs and let them know that they need to start thinking about permanentization for this. So that'd be my motion.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, that's workable for us. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, is that the direction you're thinking about? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
And we've got the grant application in for step two. As soon as we receive word, we'll report back. We'd come back and ultimately have you approve the funding agreement. So you'll be considering the scope of work at that point for step two. So if we're fortunate to get that $4 million, that'd be a big win.
I'll second the motion then.
All right, roll call vote. Councilman Ehrenheim.
Aye.
Councilman Barrett.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
That was also Brandy's final item here in front of
Oh,
us.
congratulations. Swan song.
It's not 1 a.m., what?
All right, we are on to N3, discussion and possible action regarding the implementation of a revised communications and customer service plan.
So we're going to try to be as brief as we can here. I do want to recognize our team and do a little bit of a kickoff. Elizabeth, Michelle, I think we have Caitlin here tonight too. This we view as a positive evolution. For those who don't know, we have an out-of-date communication plan that's been in our city for quite some time. It is not contemporary. It doesn't touch on social media. It doesn't talk about strategies that our own staff can buy into, utilize, and improve upon how they communicate with members of the public, not thinking proactively about how engaging the public. It doesn't focus at all on how that communication relates to customer service and how we have to be thinking from a customer service lens first, not last. So what I'd like to report on tonight is that we brought in and had an internal committee evaluate what our current plan looks like, evaluate how other cities who have, I think, stronger communicative reputations have been doing business. We've done some peer review with professionals, and we've really tried to do some self-reflection on our strengths and weaknesses and how we can ultimately be better and more committed, not just from top down, but as staff bought into the goal of improving our communications and delivering customer service at a higher rate. So this is sort of step one in a multi-step process. The website, which we'll be rolling out in October, is a big component of this. The logo refresh, which is having its trials and tribulations right now, including a start and stop survey that, I'll talk a little bit about later. But all of those things weigh in and play a part with one another and are part of a more comprehensive strategy to improve the way we deliver service to the community. So without any additional fanfare, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Elizabeth, who has been leading this effort and leading the communications team internally.
Well, Mike just gave my whole presentation for me,
Good, then we
but
can just
I'll go
call it a
ahead. So just real quickly, with me tonight, I have two of our communications team members. We have Caitlin Navarro. She is our HR analyst. And we have Michelle Pinedo, who you know from our community services department. We also have a few folks in the audience who also hang out. We have Dave Shirobi from our waterfront and economic development department. He's our lead on the business concierge program we have in the city. And they have Ravi Silk in the back. She is part of our IT team, and she obliterated our first draft with her edits. So she contributed quite a bit to our efforts here. So I'll go ahead and get started with that. So just a brief background on why we started revising the communications and customer service plan. The previous plan was developed in 2009 and was last updated in 2017 to address the increase in popularity of social media. And so last year, council approved an objective within the strategic plan to update the plan to address things like brand alignment, customer service methodology, and then new ways to engage our community. And so for us to start this work, we went ahead and formed our communications team. The team is comprised of a member from each city department. As you can see, some departments have support staff, and that's just to make sure we really capture the range of customers that they serve throughout their divisions. And so the team, once formed, began the process of revising the plan, and we could only start this by reading the current plan, or rather the previous plan. And in reading the previous plan, we quickly realized that although it's very comprehensive and very long, in reading it, we realized that it wasn't really conducive to implementation. There wasn't really a clear path forward to improving communications or improving customer service. We also realized that it wasn't easy to read, so it was really long, and it was difficult for staff to really relate it to what we do daily in our jobs here. And so the next step was to identify the goals we had with the new plan. These goals were the three you see over there. It was to make the plan, of course, easy to read, easy to understand, easy to implement compared to our previous plan. We also want to ensure that the plan elevates the type of customer service we provide as employees. And we also want to encourage consistent and informative, relatable communication efforts with our community. And so after we identified these goals, we wanted to make sure we understood who our audience was. And our previous plan did a really good job at this. We just wanted to update this section and refine it a bit to reflect 2023. And so after that, we went to analysis, right? We did external analysis first. We pulled what other cities were doing in terms of their communications plans. We also pulled from the private sector to understand what the best way was for us to form a communications and customer service plan. We pulled their strategies. And we just wanted to inform ourselves, equip ourselves with the information we needed and the knowledge we needed to develop a plan that actually addresses present day issues. And then we turned a critical eye inward. We really needed to assess what we do really well now, but we also needed to identify the areas that we could use more training or support in. So we took all that information and we started developing our communications plan. And so as you see there, and as you read in the report, it's divided into these sections. For internal communications, we wanted to start with that. And with that, we wanted to focus on training and information sharing internally. This would be accomplished largely through interdepartmental training, but also finding ways to ensure that staff have connection points with one another. This could be done through a quarterly newsletter where employees can just give each other updates on one another, or we can update our staff on any new objectives that the council might have or any big projects coming our way. And I just did want to pause here. We did explain it in the staff report, but just to emphasize it, the importance of internal communications. So when you think communications, you think somebody coming up to the counter, you think about somebody calling into the city. You largely think of reaching out to the community or connecting with residents. So you think a lot about external. But really the external is a direct reflection of the quality and the health of the internal communications. And so what we mean by that is improved or enhanced internal communication within an organization provides things like consistent messaging. So well-informed employees who understand city goals are more likely to convey consistent messaging to the community. And when you have consistent messaging and consistent processing, you tend to build that trust with the community. They come to learn what to expect from you. Improved internal communication also leads directly to more efficient problem solving. So when we have efficient communication, that means our departments are collaborating with one another. When they collaborate, we can provide a more holistic, more comprehensive response. So we're not ping-ponging people from department to department trying to resolve the same issue. And then improved internal communications also can increase employee morale. When employees feel included in the city's missions or in the city's goals, when they feel well informed, they are far likely to be more engaged. And when they're more engaged and more motivated, by extension, they tend to take that extra step to provide better customer service to people coming to the counter or calling in. So those are just a few of the benefits that we identified for internal communications, and we want to highlight that and just highlight the importance of investing in that particular area. And so moving on to external communications, this particular component of the plan speaks about different types of platforms and tools that are available to employees to enhance external communications. Just as an example, our IT team just implemented the Avaya phone system, which allows us to even text residents if that's their preferred method of communication. And in most cases, it is sometimes. They just want a quick answer, and that's an easy way for us to reach them. So this section really just walks the reader through the methods available to them for connecting with our community and provides them some guidance on how to do so. And then you see customer service over there as our next section. And really, customer service is at the core of everything we do as city employees. And so this section really is dedicated to highlighting the importance of excellent customer service. And it speaks to the city's commitment to equipping our employees with the skills they need to provide the highest level of customer service possible. This section is solely dedicated to that. It just wants to reinforce that we will go ahead and begin investing in our own workforce and our own employees to make sure that they feel confident and comfortable in providing a certain level of customer service. And then this next section is the one we're a part of over here. It's the communications team core functions, and you see this, the 6 items listed down there, but essentially it's our job to implement the plan and to make sure that city employees are engaged and supported in all their communication efforts. And then you'll see also the attachment section, and really this is just a reference section for staff. It talks about emergency operations communications, what a communication request form is, what the team roster is so they know who to contact, and it also lists our goals as a team for the next 6 months. And this section of the document, I mean, the document as a whole is a living document, but this section in particular, we want to keep it updated, refreshed. We want to make sure this plan is adaptable to any changes in communications or in the needs of our community in terms of what they expect of us in terms of service. And so with that, just briefly, we have some clear next steps we want to undertake. It will start off with a kickoff meeting that'll include our city manager, our department heads, as well as our team. We want to ensure that everybody understands the importance of this plan as well as what implementation will look like. There's going to be some clear, measurable next steps for our team. It's not just going to be another plan that sits on a shelf. We want to make sure people understand that this is a priority for us. Then after that, we'll have our first monthly team meeting where we really start strategizing how we're going to engage our employees in the plan. We'll do trainings department by department to make sure that they understand what this plan is and they're open to ask us any questions they may have. And then we get to start ticking off some boxes on some smaller projects, just like brand cohesion. We want to make sure our signature blocks and emails are the same, that all of our PowerPoint presentations are similar. We have templates for certain things. So we have a pretty clear path forward for the next 6 months as a team. And so with that, we're on the recommendation page, and we recommend that council approve the new plan and direct staff to go ahead and begin implementation. And that concludes our presentation. We're all available here to answer any questions you may have.
And just one last point to add, as you think about how to prepare a document like this, okay, you could bring in a consultant, you could go out and hire a professional PIO to evaluate what we're doing and make suggestions, and those are good options. But I will say the last thing we wanted to do is create a plan that our own staff weren't committed to. And I felt if our team and the staff that ultimately are responsible for their department's communications and really the setting the tone for the customer service that's delivered is ingrained in the development of the plan, we're more likely to see it be implemented and successfully managed. If we buy something that's shiny and pretty and well-worded and beautiful, we can try to train in it, but it's very likely to find itself on a shelf and not be utilized and really have added limited value to our community. So that said, right, we did want to do the compare and contrast with alternative agencies. We did do some peer reviewing with professionals in the area. We did look at the the private sector to help inform us on some of the strategies. And what I want to impress upon the council is tonight's plan isn't the end of the line. This is a living document. It's a fluid document. There's going to be critiques. There are going to be areas that as we self-reflect or we're going to determine we need to beef up. There are going to be areas that we might need to pivot on. So this isn't the end of the road. I don't want the council to think that this is it. We're done with customer planning and the communication strategies, and that's the end of it. This is the beginning for us. It needs to evolve. We want it to remain flexible, and we're open to critique and suggestions, and where appropriate, we'll make additions and expand on the document on a periodic basis. So just please, as you think about it, you don't have to, we're not looking for the gold star here. We're looking for a significant step forward with the reality that we're going to need to evolve the plan over time. So that's enough from us. Thank you.
Nils, you have your hand up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilman.
That's right. Mayor Pro Tem Tam.
friendly.
Mayor Pro Tem Tam Kavdjevic. It's good. It's fine. Yeah. So I think. All right. So there's two or three kind of things that I'm looking at here that I need to have a little bit more clarification on. When it comes to a communications plan, I see more of a trying to understand here. Somebody comes to the counter, like Disneyland. The first thing they train for all employees, regardless what they're doing, regardless if it's the CEO at the park or the person that's hired for the day to clean up trash, that person who's walking down the street, they're going to get the question, hey, where's the bathroom? They could have gotten it 100 times that day, but the answer is always going to be, oh, absolutely, yes, it's here, let me show you, right? It could be the same exact question 1,000 times, right? Customer counter operations, what are we going to be doing to talk and training counter operations and phones and stuff like that?
So I'm going to hand this over to Caitlin because she's done some research already into this particular area.
And what I would say, I think, to start that off is this plan, right, sets the framework for us. There are going to be individual modules in every one of our service delivery areas that are likely to have follow-up training and specific messaging points.
Yeah.
That's going to be incumbent on the communications team to develop the greeting talking points or the responsive talking points or to begin to set in working with the department heads and managers in their respective areas, the standards that we want to hold ourselves accountable for delivery and turnaround time, say for permit reviews or things of that nature. So you won't see in this document, as I'm sure you've looked at, a specific answer to all of those questions, but more a framework for how we will then fill in the blanks. So one of the things that this team, in particular Elizabeth, has heard from me is this is of no value to us if it doesn't include customer service training at the counter level. So with that, Caitlin, why don't you please explain kind of what you've at least gleaned thus far, and we'll be continuing to develop these strategies.
Thank you for the question. We've been researching various options that are available to us as an organization, excuse me, and potential strategies that we can utilize in order to ensure that we have a consistent level of service that's provided every time somebody asks the same question. We have vendors that we've used in the past, and one of the issues that we've identified is that you can do the training, but if you don't do the follow-up, you don't do the additional work over time, that's where you experience the fallout. And that's when the service level dips. So we've looked into a number of different vendors and trainings that are available to us. We've identified a potential budget that we can utilize, funding that we can utilize to support these efforts, to provide training to our employees that's consistent, that is targeted toward their specific level of activity, toward their specific duties. And so we've identified training opportunities available for line staff, training opportunities available for supervisors, and training opportunities that are even available for our leadership team to help support that messaging throughout the organization so that we can connect everyone to the city's mission, and that we have consistent training provided by the same vendor, somebody who's going to be able to create custom training tailored directly to the needs of the organization.
Okay. Getting information out, actually, when a request comes in, so media requests, Hillary comes in, tropical storm, right? I mean, as per the charter, I believe it's only the mayor that can really speak on behalf of the city, right? But a media request comes in. When do you sit there and say, I can answer this question, or it actually needs to go to the mayor for a response, or this needs to go to the fire chief, or disaster-wise, or preparation, or just a general question? What's the
process?
Process.
So right now, all inquiries are directed to the city manager's office, and then from there, the decision is made who would be best to respond to that inquiry.
So a great example of that, right? And you're aware of this. We had, there appeared to be some brackish material that was being discharged from a storm drain here recently into the ocean. It was creating what appeared to be a fairly unsightly kind of mess in the water. And there was presumption by the media in particular that this was a sewer spill or something more nefarious. We received a number of inquiries at the line level, and then ultimately they were routed to the city manager's office. And in that case, right, our response was, I need to connect the media inquiries with the appropriate county department to ultimately have them step forward and be the people providing the communication, because we had determined at that point that it was emanating from a county maintenance facility down at Dorisway Sump. In other instances, it might be Hurricane Hillary, where the questions might pertain to what is our emergency preparedness and what would we suggest that residents do to prepare for whatever the natural disaster might be. In this case, I hate to use the word hurricane, the upcoming rain event. So at that point, it made sense for us to task the fire department, in particular, Pat Butler, as the lead sort of conversant with the media as it relates to inquiries. Sometimes I will encourage each of you as council members, if it's a district-specific incident, try to arm you with information and give you what we can so you're able to speak from an educated standpoint on the event. If it's something that I think is perhaps a little bit more problematic, I may step forward and be the person that responds in a synthesized way. And if it's something that we're viewing as positive and kind of advocating for the city's situation or position, that might be something that I ultimately ask, the mayor to step in on and truly be the city spokesperson for. So if it's It really is case specific, and that triage is largely just based on, my understanding of events and where our potential pitfalls are in answering. Because if it's something that's going to create jeopardy for us or liability or something that where our own staff, and given my history, I have a sense that might be uncertain about actual information, I will be a little more hesitant to put any of you in that sort of PIO role.
I mean, media training right there, right? That's right. That's huge. Being able to speak
Something we're working on actually soon. Yeah, we're scheduling PIO training both for our staff as well as the electeds if they're interested.
Right. Then there's the other nonverbal. It's the council presentations and council and presentation matters that go out from the city. So printed documents and everything else, social media, consistent
Formatting.
Formatting, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Consistent formatting all the way throughout, right? It's very consistent now. So we're going down a path and having that.
We're getting there. To your point, you've observed this too, many of you have. We had a long way to go. We were fairly disjointed, each department. And we have presentations, PowerPoint presentations. We haven't really cracked down on exactly what that small series of templates looks like. I still have frustrations with some of our staff reports. We have PDF issues. They get converted outside of our sphere into formats that I'm not real proud of. So we're working on that. Sometimes the software isn't always cooperative as it pertains to presentation and display. But yeah, that's another big component for the team and something that they'll be talking about fairly periodically.
It's part of our next 6 months goal is just to create that cohesion in the way we represent ourselves to the public. And there are easy ways to do that.
Branding, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, some cities I've seen with their PowerPoint is very consistent, very clean all the way throughout, and it's very impressive. It's easy because you see it, and all of a sudden you go to the next PowerPoint, boom, next one, and it's very, I get it, right?
Yeah.
And then of course, my favorite PowerPoint karaoke.
I can't stand. It's one of the things we talk about at department head all the time. It's something that the communications team will be stressing inside the organizations. I just don't like when we read from PowerPoint. It just bothers me. That's not what presentations should be about. They should be visual, illustrative. They should tell a story without words. Words, you can narrate and orate words. You shouldn't be reading from a slide.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, thanks to the communications team for putting together the communications and customer service plan. I think we could tell you put a lot of time and effort into it, and it is very much appreciated. It's noted in here that the plans of a couple other cities, Hermosa Beach, Beverly Hills, were considered, and I just wanted to know if you've had the opportunity to confer with your counterparts at those cities to talk to them about, what may have worked for them, what may not have worked in their plans, any suggestions they may have for you.
I read through their plans. I have not spoken to those managing whatever teams they have on their end. I know Beverly Hills hired a consultant for about $55,000 to do their plan. I know their web pages and social media is pretty consistent, but I'm not quite sure internally how that's coming to existence or who's in charge of that.
Yeah.
And then Hermosa Beach doesn't really have a plan. They have more of a section on their webpage that speaks to cohesion and messaging and consistency in communication, but it's a couple of paragraphs. So they obviously have invested quite as much time into this particular area. So we just assessed what other cities were doing and how they came about to their plans. And we actually saw how it actually manifested in their web pages or social media or the communications we were coming across as we were exploring these options.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. I would like to add that through the California Parks and Rec Society, we get together with different cities and those cities that are highlighted, right? West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Manhattan Beach have full-time staff dedicated to a lot of these job tasks, managing social media and kind of compiling the task of a communications team.
Okay. Do you see any value in reaching out to Garden Grove, Chula Vista, Beverly Hills, Hermosa Beach to talk to them about their plans, including the ones where they paid $55,000 for it.
Certainly, yeah.
Having a discussion with them, finding out what they've been through, what may or may not work for you and our city.
Certainly. And like we've highlighted, this document will continue to change the more we get along in this process. If we can see areas that we can improve in, we'll certainly incorporate them into the plan.
Okay. Brand management, does that include the city logo?
It speaks more to cohesion in the way we represent ourselves as a city.
Okay.
So simple things like our signature blocks, I know it sounds silly, but we all have different signature blocks for some reason.
Yeah.
Our PowerPoint presentations are front and center every week, and for some reason, we can't get them to look the same. Again, an easy fix that we can do. Just the way our front counters even look, we should really assess the way we represent ourselves at the lobby areas. So just really doing that assessment and simple things that we can change or improve over the next 6 months that really give us a sense of one when we represent ourselves to the community.
Okay. And on the logo, what is the cost of potentially changing the logo and updating everything from stationery and beyond? Has that cost been assessed? And if so, what approximately is that cost?
Yeah, we haven't assessed it in aggregate. I think the most expensive component of that theoretically would be a full conversion of all of our street signs. I think we might have prepared a BRR on that that did talk a little bit about that number. I'm forgetting it offhand. Most of our electronic materials, I think it's a simple digital install. Paraphernalia would be ordered, with any new logo that would be reflective of the new style, as part of the branding kit, if when and if it's ultimately approved. So I don't see it being it's one of those costs that would be phased in. I think the street signs, at some point, we're going to have to pick a style, with or without a new logo, we're going to have to pick a style that we're fully committed to. Our most recent street updates have included the kind of, if you look at it, it's not really the More to See logo. It doesn't have that. It has kind of an iteration of that was put together through a signed design package that was kind of an offshoot of the branding process that occurred back in the day. So you see the kind of bluish, purplish hue with the sun and then the top of the sail. You don't see the full pier in the logo. You see a hybrid of that. So that's been the kind of current signage effort. At some point, depending on the new logo that the council selects, the community endorses, we're going to have to decide are those two going to jive? Are we going to need to move away to something different? Our historic street signs, as you're aware, have the old green look with the more traditional sailboat. At some point, it'd be nice to have a consistent approach. The modern communications plan calls for the purple, kind of bluish purple sign with the sun and the sail. And you see that in our wayfinding as well. The directional signage to the Performing Arts Center, or the Heritage Court, or whatever it might be. That's what's in our current sign package. That was the last identifiable brand that was approved by the council, albeit almost 20 years ago now.
Yeah.
So it's not real contemporary.
Can some estimate be provided as to the cost of changing the logo?
Yeah, when
to
we bring the
something
logo
new?
item back to you, we can do that for you.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not coming until October. Yeah.
And remind me, and maybe I never knew, where did the idea to change the logo?
Strategic plan. Yeah.
Which one?
2 plans ago.
Yeah.
2 plans ago, I believe. Okay. Yeah. We hired
a year ago.
Yeah, about a year ago. We hired the consultant, I want to say
February of this year.
February this year, and formally started the process. And there was a group of residents that were formed a small committee to support that logo rebranding process. Our consultant that we hired is actually a Redondo Beach resident herself. We'll have a presentation for you in October on how the various design options were prepared. We've got a survey that's out that was it was compromised by some I don't know what you'd call it, some suspected bot activity. We went from 150 or 200 recipients to about 5,000 in a matter of like 4 hours.
Yeah.
All voting no. So maybe it was initiated by a resident who was unhappy with the logo option that was developed. I don't know. But we're kind of relaunching that survey to try to get a little bit better data. to understand it. But look, we're not going to rush that process. The logo's got to be something that the community ultimately, it doesn't make any sense to make a change if the community's not excited about it. So we'll have that back to you in October, and we'll have some cost estimates for you as it pertains to implementation.
Thanks. Do you know offhand the cost of the consultant, the contract?
It was $15,000.
1.5? Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, it was pretty inexpensive, given typically a brand refresh is an expensive endeavor. We had given some options in February. This would have been before your time. You know, we could have done a full comprehensive branding initiative. We estimated that cost to be as much as $200,000 or more of what we called a logo refresh, which was the contract that was selected, which is really just focusing on the brand image itself.
Is that it? Mills, you have your hand up. Sorry. Councilmember Klein, you have your hand up.
I do. Thank you. I'll put it down. Quick question. You're going to, by the way, you're also going to do a redo on the survey for that logo?
Yeah, we just launched it tonight. We're going to make people now enter an email address so we can authenticate the actual respondent.
Very nice. I saw in here, AM radio. Continue announcements and emergency alerts on the city's AM 1630 radio channel. It says continue announcements. We have a current
Emergency.
Yeah.
1630.
We do. We have
radio
1630.
I had our public safety folks look at this plan and they didn't change it. So I can only assume that it is accurate.
I'm
that we
fine with
use
having
it during
AM radio. I think it's
emergencies.
awesome.
We have not provided content for quite some time.
Yeah.
But there was a time when the AM, that was something we committed resources to, and there was some more periodic announcements. We haven't for, it's a little bit like Channel 8, you know, it's just scrolling mishmash of stuff that's not very helpful. We got to.
Yeah, I mean, if we have it, I listen, at the end of the day, for emergency alerts, something like that, I think it is invaluable. It really is.
Yeah.
And you can stream it on the internet as well, and you can put relevant information, and you can update it, and you can put some minor, stuff on there. It's just another way to communicate to people, and oddly enough, a lot of people don't actually have internet or use email and whatever else, and AM is perfectly fine for that.
Yeah, it's one of many platforms, and these platforms are only as good as the content that we feed it, right? And that's what we've got to focus on.
I just want to make sure that we have that current channel available, and I would just, my only comment with that would be, hey, it's put on the internet then as well, that we can stream it to multiple areas. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Well, you guys have definitely put a lot of work into this, and seems like everyone's excited because it's something that you came up with. I'd make a motion to approve the plan and direct staff to begin implementation. Oh, excuse me. Anyone make
I'll second that, by the way.
a public comment on Zoom or in person?
No one wants to communicate to us?
We did such a great job communicating to them that they don't need to.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so there's a
We
motion.
got a long way to go.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to P1, discussion and consideration of mayor appointments to various boards and commissions.
Oh, city manager items, yeah.
Oh, excuse me. I'm just zooming fast. City manager items.
Yes, I was going to talk about the survey that was bot infested, but I already talked about it. So no, no, I should mention actually, he was here earlier with Brandy's departure. I've shared this with most of you, but just so the public's aware, Sean Scully, our current planning manager, will be serving as the acting community development director for the foreseeable future as we evaluate the position, the department operations, and embark on a recruitment. So Sean Scully will be the next face of the department. Please, as a community, go easy on him. That's all I got to say for now.
Congratulations to him. Sorry, or I'm sorry. No big projects coming up?
Oh, no, nothing controversial on the horizon.
Come on,
Nothing.
planning department. All right.
All right, mayor and council items. So mayor appointments to various boards and commissions.
Let's see here. Mayor Brand's selection on here, Pine and P1, right?
Yep.
All right, I'll make a motion to accept Mayor Brand's commission appointments.
I'll second that.
And I just had a question. So this is what Mayor Brand is asking for? It's not,
Yes, he specifically called me and we spoke.
did you talk to him? He
These
said this
were
is,
his appointees
okay, this is his slate that he's asking for appointment.
for right now, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion, a second. Public comment, anyone?
None.
On
wants to
Zoom,
No
Again.
Zoom, no
in
comments.
person?
Communication goes one way.
What is the term of the Preservation Commission candidate, Edward Caldwell?
So this is actually, he's sort of, he's finished his second term already. So what's happened is to not have a vacancy on preservation, he's sort of keeping him on until we find someone to replace.
Is that okay to do?
Because preservation is really hard to fill.
Is there a term limit, number of terms?
Yes, 2 terms.
And can we do a holdover, Mr. City Attorney?
We've done that for a couple of them right now.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
In
I'm just-
perpetuity is my.
Well, they serve until, and that's a longer question. And it would depend on the specifics. So they serve until their replacement is named. We haven't had the situation, or I haven't been asked to opine on it if they exceed the 2-term maximum. And what I'm unclear is if they're in there and they've already served 2 terms, I'm not certain the mayor can appoint them to a 3rd term. But I haven't been asked before now to look at this.
Well, I didn't put a term. The reason there's no term in there is because there's no one to replace. And that was sort of how the other ones, because we still have, and there's like four commissions. I'm just saying that's. I mean, you don't have to. Then you can.
What should we do for this
That
preservation?
was just what he recommended.
Okay.
His choices.
We prove it subject to something or no?
There's no term attached to it, so he's just sitting there. So
Okay.
technically, we don't even have to this, but we
Right.
cannot approve or deny or change his recommendations.
Yeah.
The mayor's recommendations, we cannot say, sorry, we cannot say yes or no to an
Yeah.
individual.
Well, sure you can. Absolutely, you've done that before. You can approve, you can't substitute
Right.
anybody else. You can't say, no, I don't want this person, I want this person instead. But they're all individual members. So you could say, I want A and B, but not C. But what you can't do is, I want A and B and I want D instead of C. That you can't do. So I'm unclear, has this person served 2 full terms on the same board?
Yes.
Okay, so I would strongly recommend you not confirm a person to beyond that. The question I haven't been asked to answer, and that's fine with me, is they serve until their replacement is appointed. And that became an issue when we had a 3-2 majority in opposition to the mayor. But when I was asked, it wasn't when anybody had served more than 8 years. It was, and so you could stay, we had an interim appointment and they could stay in there until as long as the appointment. So I would suggest to the mayor not to appoint him.
He's not appointing him, though.
Well, yeah, why is he on the list of appointments?
So I'll clean up the motion to say we will accept the mayor's appointments and not accept E.J. Caldwell as a term.
I
But
would leave him
for
on.
him to be continued to be
I
sitting
think
in the seat.
the best thing you can do is just approve the other 3. And then, well, it's up to you, but I've not had an opportunity to
All right.
research.
Because we have all the other commission members.
Right,
That's the
and
same thing.
I've not been asked to opine on when they serve more than 2 full terms. How long could that, they could take into,
Okay.
could stay at 20 years on the same thing and deliberately,
Yeah.
and the thing is, you can change that in the ordinance. It's not
Yeah.
in the charter, you could just get rid of the 2 terms. So what I wouldn't do is confirm the appointment, and since I'm not asked, and the current policy is they just stay on until their successor is appointed, then they will do so.
I think my original motion was to confirm the mayor's appointments.
Yeah, but he put them
not-
on there, so
Yeah.
I would just specify the other 3 and just allow, if you want me to, so that's my advice. You can ignore my advice, but the problem is, someone could challenge that as an appointment beyond and a confirmation, because that's what you're being asked to.
All I
to
said
vote.
was, in my original motion, confirm the mayor's appointments, and this is not an appointment.
Well, I'll reluctantly make a substitute motion with my apologies to the mayor because I didn't see this, catch it until now, and apologies to staff for not raising it earlier. So let's make a substitute motion to confirm the appointment by the mayor of Tom Bauer to the Harbor Commission, Ron Barolco to Library Commission, Jay Sao to Public Works and Sustainability Commission. And I could leave it there, or I could say, and to revisit the continuing.
I would just leave it there,
All
and
right,
then
leave it there.
I'll talk to the mayor next
do that?
time
Okay.
he's in. And the problem is, it's on the form 2023 commission appointments, and he's got them on a form with that heading. So the safer thing is just to do the other 3, and I'll talk to the mayor next.
And I'm sensitive to having folks on the Preservation Commission. I'm in favor of it. Okay. Well, I'll leave that motion as is if it's understood and ask for a second.
I'll second that. Makes it tricky. So we're going to vote on the substitute motion first.
I believe so.
That's motion on the floor.
Councilman Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilman Barrett.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well.
All right.
All right, mayor and council referrals to staff.
And if I could, I did think of one other item I wanted to mention to the group. I caught the group of residents while you were talking about cannabis, but one upcoming item that will be on your September 19th agenda is the conversation about the city's position paper vis-a-vis the Metro Line extension. That's been a referral that's been outstanding. There's been a conversation about whether or not to arrange transportation to the Metro Board hearing for the meeting that might be coming up at the tail end of the month. I've been told that meeting is not necessarily set in stone yet. There's a chance that it isn't going to occur until October. But one of the ideas that we did want to bring back for your consideration to make sure we have our current policy statement position ready to go when these conversations begin pertaining to the draft EIR. And then their response to the draft EIR comments is kind of where we're at with the council's position on it. We've been emphatic privately in dealing with their staff about the community's adamance that it not occur down the right of way. Been strongly advocating for the arterial alternative. We've also been talking privately about whether or not the no build option should be considered because of the current costing and some of the results of the draft EIR, but want to make sure that the council is primed and ready to very clearly make our city statement as it pertains to the EIR as it begins to be discussed by Metro. So that's an item that's scheduled to come before you on the 19th, just a heads up.
Okay.
Councilman Narenheim.
Did we, we're having a meeting in September regarding 4th of July? Is that coming up?
I think October. We settled on October, yeah.
Okay. Did we agendize a discussion for the allowance of 4th of July barbecues in park locations?
Yeah, I think we talked about that. We talked about needing to discuss the Dominguez Park community event, barbecues in the parks and drones versus fireworks. All of those will come back.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Councilman Barrett?
I do have something on behalf of Councilmember Lowenstein, who asked that we agendize a discussion regarding the Anita and PCH proposed turn signal.
What I want to make sure everyone understood, and I mentioned this to Todd earlier today, the conversation, we're just now embarking on the community outreach to the proposed right-of-way design and the changes that are being considered as part of that project. We've got a series of district council meetings I think we're trying to get to help educate the community. I think District 3, we've already started that process. I believe we're going to try to get to District 2 as well, Public Works Commission. So there's quite a bit of public outreach that needs to occur. Eventually it's coming back to council because it is a capital project. So it will eventually get to the council for consideration of plans and specifications. So that's on the natural order of things. I'd hesitate to give you a date today because I don't know exactly when it will naturally occur. This isn't something that's being pressed upon us. This is part of our capital program.
Right. Okay. So it's coming back.
It's coming. It'll probably, I'll talk to Ted tomorrow and staff. I'm guessing it'll be in front of you here in the next couple of months. So.
Okay. So without a date certain, no harm then in agendizing a discussion on it?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's the next step that will occur.
And do we vote on that? Is that a motion that we vote upon?
If you wanted to give me a date specific, you can, but honestly, it's going to come back. That's the next order of business for the council as it pertains to that project, so.
Okay, and you had a discussion, you said, can we talk about your discussion? No?
No, I talked to Todd briefly about what this project is. And there were this is in response to some questions that have been raised by residents that I believe received the first presentation materials as it pertains to the project. There are a few folks that are concerned about it. A lot more community outreach has to be done before we're making any formal recommendations to the council about the right-of-way alignment. So I'd like, if possible, for it to follow its natural course and then come to the council for consideration.
Okay. All right.
I don't have any referrals for staff. That's it. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're not in memory of, right, or anything?
I didn't see.
Yeah. Perfect.